Compliance with notification requirements with Ohio's open meeting law. Notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taking place by voice vote. If anyone feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she may state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair. For presentations, for record, subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from the meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she can state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests, please, from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off by using the gray button on top of the microphone. They are on when the light is blue. Welcome new members. Kevin Brubaker. Okay. And the Mayor of Elyria. Okay,
Correct.
got it. Well, welcome. Minutes meeting. Minutes of the meeting of November 3rd, 2023. In accordance, or any corrections or additions to the minutes? Do I have a motion to approve? Second, okay. All in favor? Any opposed? The motion is approved. Thank you. Minutes of December 22nd meeting. Any corrections or additions to the minutes? I have no corrections or additions, so can I have a motion to approve? Thank you. Second? Thanks. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion is approved. Okay. To public comments on current agenda items. No one is scheduled to come in for public comment. There being none, we will move to the next agenda item. Chair's report. Grace?
So I just have a couple of very quick things. One is that just to remind you, we have a legislative meet and greet March 8th at 8 o'clock. So be prepared to get in a little earlier that day. Our next meeting, of course, is May 10th. But before I jump to that, we just had our audit exit conference this morning. We normally have a lot more participation, but we did have our leader, Commissioner Dvorak, there with us. And I'm pleased to say, actually I'm thrilled to say that not only did we have an unmodified audit, which is good, and no management letter or comments, which is good, we had a perfect audit. So for the last few years, we get clean audits, which are always great, but this one was absolutely perfect. So I want to thank my finance team, particularly because we had a transition from Billy Geyer, who retired, to Deb Wardell, but they do a great job all year, and the transition was very smooth, and so we did receive that perfect audit. They will give us a formal announcement in 2 weeks, and then we will publicize that. So.
Thank you, Grace.
It was exciting, wasn't it?
It sure was. It was exhilarating. Action item 4, Finance Committee focus areas for 2024. Deb Worley.
Deb? So as you know, every year, at the beginning of the year, we look to develop focus areas for the committee. These are sort of action areas for you to work on throughout the year. So we come up with some suggestions and then we shop it around at this meeting and come away with the work that this committee intends to do for 2024. Deb?
Good morning. My name is Deborah Wardell, and that was a nice introduction, Grace, a good way to start the meeting. I'm the finance director for NOACA since Billy Geyer's retirement. So we are going to do the 2024 committee focus areas this morning. The action requested is to discuss and approve the 2024 committee focus areas. Previous action was approval of the 2023 focus areas. Some background information. The committee charter was adopted in 2014, and it defines the purpose, goals, activities, organization, and structure, which include membership and meeting logistics, and finally, staffing. The purpose is defined for the committee as aiding the assurance that the agency follows sound financial planning, accounting, and administrative practices. The goals are to ensure the agency maintains a strong and healthy financial condition, ensure that the agency funds are spent efficiently and effectively, and to ensure that the allocation of agency funds best supports NOACA's missions. In 2023, there were 4 focus areas, and it is calendar year 2023, that were ongoing. The OWP and budget development and management, transportation improvement, program financial plans and administration, procurement and contract administration, and financial oversight. The one new, focus area for 2023 was federal and state loan securement for new projects. These are some of the accomplishments in 2023 in procurement area. Environmental consultant for brownfields, RLF. Contracted services to assist with aligning federal funding opportunities within the NOACA region. 2 consultants were hired for TLCI projects in the Bedford Historic District and regional metro parks. And consultants for community involvement and climate action planning. Also, the committee recommended authorization of a loan from the NOACA Vibrant Neo Brownfield Revolving Loan Fund be made to the city of Middleburg Heights in the amount of $500,000, which the board approved. These are the potential 2024 focus areas. All 5 of now would be ongoing, just basically restated from 2023. And also, if there are any others, I'd like to open the floor for the committee to discuss that.
Any comments?
Yeah, this is one of the committees that your work is pretty much standard in the code of regulations. So there's not a whole lot of latitude in what you can do.
Okay. Action taken.
Take a motion.
Can I have a motion to approve? Is
Motion to approve, Brennan?
there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion approved.
Thank you.
Okay, Brownfield Revolving Loan Fund recommendations for amendments to loans and subgrants terms and conditions. Grace and Gina Brem.
Yeah, good morning again. So here we have some let's see, fund recommendations for amendments to the loan and subgrant terms and conditions. So we brought this to you. Last month, I think, or the last official meeting. And we have some changes that we want to make today. And these terms and conditions, well, there's a lot of terms and conditions that we need to go through. Some are conditional and we have some recommendations to make today. But I think the most important thing to take away from this introduction is just that this is a new program for us at NOACA. And so we started this last year. We did receive $1 million for the revolving loan fund from the US EPA. We did allocate $500,000 of that already to the city of Middleburg Heights for one of their major projects. And we have some additional recommendations. And at this point, we also plan on seeking additional funds, which we are now eligible for because we have already loaned out some funding. And with that, I'll turn it over to Gina to go into the details of this particular item.
Thank you, Grace. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everybody. And thank you, Deb, for already mentioning the accomplishments of this program in the past, the $500,000 loan that was already executed. Thank you, Grace, for the introduction. So the specifics of the amendments are going to be detailed in the following slide because of space reasons. But there are some amendments that were necessary mostly because we are now going to be hopefully making loans to private entities. Our first loan was to the city of Middleburg Heights. It's not executed yet, but it will be. But there are other considerations to be thought about when loans are made to private entities. So we are going to request that you recommend this item to the executive committee, these amendments. These items will be contingent on Brownfield Steering Committee approval. I want to highlight the fact that the steering committee, when it met a couple of weeks ago, it did not reach quorum to vote, and we are in the process of calling for a special meeting for them to vote. So this all takes place if and only if Brownfield's steering committee approves it. So here's the background. The current general terms and conditions that were recommended by the steering committee, approved by this Finance and Audit Committee to be taken to the board and approved by the board are listed here. I'm going to call your attention to the fees that are listed as 0.5% or $1,000. And I will call your attention to the fact that no collateral is mentioned on the current general terms and conditions. So now that we do have private entities applying for loans, we felt the need to retain financial advisor, Setsina and Associates, qualified to assist us in reviewing the credit worthiness of these private entities to whom we will extend loans, because we need to follow prudent loaning practices, of course. So that will add to the costs, and we are going to ask the borrowers to then pay a higher fee to help defray these costs. So the fee would increase from $1,000 to $2,000, the minimum fee. And in addition, in future contracts, we will add some form of collateral clause because these are loans being made to private entities. So the when the Brownfield Steering Committee met on January 26th, they discussed updating the related fees to cover not just legal, but also financial consultant to still 0.5% of the loan, but minimum of $2,000. And adding a request for collateral for private entities that are awarded loans. Those present at the meeting, we had 11 members present. They discussed it, and everybody was supportive, but 11 was an insufficient number to have a vote. There are no immediate financial impacts of this action. Of course, each specific loan that will be made will then result in some financial impact. And for the record, as of the end of last quarter, NOACA spent $69,883 of the RLF. Obviously, this does not include the $500,000 that are because the loan contract has not been executed with Middleburg Heights yet. There will be a special meeting to hold a vote. That will be prior to February 16. As an explanation, February 16 is when a packet must be sent to Vibrant Neo Board of Directors, who also must approve this recommendation in addition to it being approved by the NOACA board. So pending board approval, loan and sub-grant agreements with applicants whose projects are selected for funding will be drafted according to these amended general guidelines. So specifically, the action we're asking this committee to recommend to the Executive Committee for Placement on the Board of Directors March 2024 meeting is amendment to general guidelines for terms and conditions for loans and sub-grants made under the Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund, update related fees to cover legal and financial consultant to 0.5% of the loan or $2,000, whichever is lower, and add a request for collateral for private entities that are awarded loans.
Thank you. Could I have a motion to approve? Second? Any discussion? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just had a question. Why are we now moving to doing loans with private entities? I'm just curious what the thinking was behind that.
Not that we're just now moving to that, that has always been an eligible aspect of the loan program. What is changing is that we need more financial review of their financial capacity to take on the loan. So we want to charge them directly for our expenses on that, which is just going from the 1,000 to the 2,000. But they've always been eligible participants.
Got it. And I agree with the collateral. Is the 2,000 or the 0.5% enough to cover legal fees and other fees on the private side? I know we don't want to go too crazy so that there's, you know, an interest, but I'm just wondering, is that enough to cover fees that we would have that, again, are.
So Gina, she's asking is the $2,000 or the 0.5% enough to cover the fees? And I believe it is, but if you can answer that more directly, I think that's why we've created that particular amount.
We thought that 2,000 would be something that would be reasonable as a minimum. It may cover part of the cost of the financial consultant. It may or may not. We haven't done one of these yet.
I see.
So we don't know exactly, you know, on an hourly basis how much our financial advisor will end up charging us for each of the reviews. So we are in the process of getting the first one conducted as we speak. We know that the additional $1,000 will help defray the costs. I'm looking to our.
Yeah, at this point, this was the amount, the $1,000 was the amount that the Brownfield Steering Committee had established. And then again, just increasing it to 2,000 for any of the private sector folks who are looking for loans. At this point, we believe that it is sufficient, not necessarily to cover all of the
Correct.
costs, but sufficient for the program. Certainly, if we start seeing something that we didn't anticipate in terms of financial and legal costs, we will be coming back to you.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, I think there's a balance between what was palatable to the steering committee and what's necessary to defray all the costs. Thank you.
Any other comments? Go ahead.
I'm just wondering why we wouldn't want the 0.5% to be the amount that we charge and the 2,000 to be the minimum. But if we loan someone, you know, like $25,000, well, maybe the $2,000 is appropriate. But if we loan someone $500,000, maybe 0.5% of the loan would be more appropriate because they're getting a lot more money. And here, if somebody gets 25,000 or somebody gets 500,000, they're just going to pay 2,000. And it doesn't seem like that is fair to the person that's getting the higher amount. So I would say that we should charge the 0.5% as the figure rather than the 2,000 as being the max, the reverse.
2,000 the minimum and 5.5%.
It seems,
Isn't it written that it's the lower of the two? So that would accommodate that, correct?
Yes.
No,
Jima.
he's asking for the opposite.
Ah, okay.
May I respond?
Gina?
Go ahead.
The next time the steering committee meets at its regular meeting, this is something that we can certainly bring to their attention that this committee has suggesting. These terms and conditions are by charter initialized by this Brownfield Steering Committee. So if they are on board with this change, we will bring back for another amendment.
Okay, thank you. Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? The motion's approved. Brownfield revolving loan recommendations for funding, Grace and Gina.
Yeah, so this is the second part of the brownfields item to be brought to this committee today. And this is specifically a loan to be recommended. And it's a $300,000 loan to a private entity that is looking to do some rehabilitation work in the near east side of Cleveland. And with that, I will turn it over to Gina to go through the details of the process we undertook this quarter, the amount or the applications we received, and why we are recommending this one.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, so we received 3 applications for the balance that was available after the loan to Middleburg Heights was encumbered. And 2 of those were either not complete or not eligible, and we were left with Northern Real Estate Urban Ventures MLK Plaza, which staff looked at it and thought it was eligible. That eligibility was officially confirmed by EPA yesterday. In fact, we received the official letter from EPA yesterday. And we presented this to the Brownfield Steering Committee, which is charged with making funding recommendations. As we said before, they did not reach quorum, but they did discuss recommending that a loan be made. And if we do have a vote, these recommendations will then be presented to the Vibrant Neo Board of Directors. So there's a little more detail on the project, but the action we're requesting is to offer a loan from the NOACA Vibrant Neo Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund to NREUV MLK Plaza LLC in the amount of $300,000, conditional on the creditworthiness determination that is almost complete but hasn't been completed yet, and contingent on approval by the Brownfield Steering Committee. So about the project, it's mostly asbestos remediation prior to demolishing buildings that are on the plaza. At the moment, there were a couple of dry cleaners and an old gas station but this loan is mostly going to be for asbestos remediation. They're planning to put mixed-use development there with affordable family, multifamily, and a couple of townhomes as well, and some ground floor retail with what they're describing as a market hall that will function as a minority-driven business incubator. The developer is estimating that they will create between 150 and 300 jobs doing construction, to which they will pay prevailing wage rates there with an hourly of $60.20. And once complete, they are expecting 25 to 30 permanent jobs be created, somewhere between $20 per hour to a salary of $70,000. The developer's estimate for full cost of remediation is $500,000. They're asking for $300,000 from this fund. They have committed to providing the required 20% match, and they are seeking other sources of funding for the remainder of the cost of the remediation. The financial impacts of this is the allocation of $300,000 from the Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund in the form of a loan to NREUV MLK Plaza, which would leave us with a balance of $200,000 in the fund. The actual disbursements will take place gradually as they submit eligible expenses for reimbursement. And as said before, the balance on the fund so far is $69,833. That's what NOACA has spent, has drawn down. The next steps are the special committee meeting during which they are expected to vote. And pending board approval, then this loan will be executed and then the funds will be encumbered. There is an application for additional funding from US EPA. It's due March 15. It's for another $1 million, and it's non-competitive. As long as NOACA has executed the loan with Middleburg Heights, we will be eligible to receive $1 million. After that, the Brownfield Steering Committee will meet again in April and will evaluate applications for loans and subgrants from the then hopefully bigger revolving loan fund balance. So with that, what we're presenting to this committee is to recommend this item to the executive committee for placement on the board of directors. This is March 2024, and I apologize for this. I don't know how this ended up there. March 2024 meeting agenda. Is this going to be a problem?
No, it'll be, go ahead.
No, it's not a problem that it's an error on the slide that's noted in the minutes, and we'll just make sure that you all are clear that we're talking about March 24.
Yes, my apologies. So we're recommending this by placement on the board of directors March 2024 meeting agenda, contingent on Brownfield Steering Committee approval. To offer a loan from the NOACA Vibrant Neo Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund to NREUV MLK Plaza LLC in the amount of $300,000, conditional upon applicant creditworthiness determination.
Okay. Can I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve, Brennan.
Second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion approved.
Thank you.
Next item is DAS Cooperative Purchasing Program. Lindy Burt.
Good morning. So the action requested under this item is that the committee recommend this item to the executive committee for placement on the March Board of Directors agenda, that being to authorize the agency's participation in the Ohio Department of Administrative Services Cooperative Purchasing Program. There is no previous action taken on this item. So through the Ohio Cooperative Purchasing Act of 1986, local governments were enabled to participate in contracts executed by the Ohio DAS Office of Cooperative Purchasing. Through that program, we're able to purchase supplies, services, equipment, and other materials. And purchases made through this program are exempt from other competitive procurement requirements. So the financial impacts of this item are positive. It will yield potential cost savings achieved through efficiencies in agency administrative time. We're familiar with how labor intensive the procurement process is, so this offers a very efficient alternative. Offers also competitive market pricing, and that the state has done the work up front to bid or RFP these items and procure them competitively. There is currently no cost to participate in this program, although the program guidelines do state that at some point in the future, the state may assess a reasonable annual membership fee, but they are not doing that at the present time. So the next steps, pending board approval, NOACA would become a member in the Ohio DAS Cooperative Purchasing Program, and the membership is perpetual. There is no renewal required. But a necessary part of becoming a member is getting the board resolution. So again, the action being requested for this item is that the committee place this item on the executive committee agenda for the March 2024 Board of Directors meeting, and that again is authorizing us to participate in the Ohio Department of Administrative Services Cooperative Purchasing Program.
Can I have a motion to approve? Is there a second? Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? The motion's approved. Next item is ODOT Cooperative Purchasing Program. Lindy Byrd.
Oh, sorry, this, there should be a presentation in here. Looks like I do not see that I have the presentation in here unless it's in a different place. May I proceed without a
I think
PowerPoint,
you
or
can
should we
proceed
try and?
without a
Yeah, it's
PowerPoint. I
so
know you-
similar to the prior item.
And you know it off the top of your head.
Yes, I
so-
do. So my apologies. So the next item on the agenda is a similar request for the agency to participate in the Ohio Department of Transportation's Cooperative Purchasing Program. So again, through this program, we are able to, and this is a little bit different in that it does require renewal every 2 years. So the last time the board approved this same item was in March of 2022. So it's similar to the DAS program in that we are able, through contracts held by Ohio Department of Transportation, to procure items such as equipment, materials, services, and other articles. So with the committee placing this item on the executive committee agenda, again, this would enable us to participate in the Ohio Department of Transportation's Cooperative Purchasing Program.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is approved. Next, we have a request for additional NOACA funding to address project cost increases. Ed May.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name's Ed May, and I'm presenting item 4F, request for additional funding to address project cost increases. The action being requested is for the Finance and Audit Committee to recommend this item to the Executive Committee for its placement on the Board of Directors agenda for March 2024. Specifically, it would recommend approval of 2 requests for additional NOACA funding submitted to NOACA by the Cuyahoga County Department of Public Works, or Cuyahoga County, for increases attributed to the impacts of current commodity prices for fuel and materials and labor. Previous action, NOACA has a project cost increase and management policy that was approved by our board in 2015. We received these requests from the Cuyahoga County for increased funding. One request is for a road rehabilitation project on Clegg Road in North Olmsted. Its estimated cost in the current tip is $861,000. The county is asking for additional funds for the pavement work, estimated most recently in September at 1.1 million. And this would help to defray the cost associated with the pavement and the roadway work associated with it. The project is currently being processed through NOACA's project planning review process to evaluate additional scope items that are not really included currently, but they want to widen the pavement on Clay Road. They want to rehabilitate the base, install curbs and so forth. But the county is seeking additional funds for the pavement work alone. And then the other project shown here is a shared use project to be constructed along North Marginal Road between East 9th Street and East 55th Street in Cleveland. The county is requesting an additional 15% also to help defray costs associated with the prices of commodities and labor. And the county reports that the project is currently at a project specification and estimate stage. And I believe they want to advertise actually yesterday. Is that correct? Okay. This is a somewhat unique type of project. It may involve right-of-way constraints that may dictate the route and everything. So anyhow, those are the requests. Let me just kind of run through this. Rates of inflation and commodity prices are being, high rates of inflation are being experienced over the transportation and construction industries. This is causing cost estimates to escalate, leading to funding shortfalls. This is a familiar story. NOACA established the original funding commitments for the NOACA 2024 to 2027 tip two or 3 years ago as we were developing that program. The participation amounts have been locked in over 2 years. Many projects are far along and have been planned and designed to advance to construction. So we've been trying to address this, but at this point, it appears not to be enough up to this point. Excuse me. So these are continuing to impact our estimating and the way the project costs are coming in. So you can see this table here shows the construction cost index historical trends. That is from the ODOT bid analysis review team construction forecast outlook, ODOT Chain Fisher's construction cost index. It shows that after rising for several quarters, 9 quarters, in fact, the index has fallen only slightly, but then you can see to the far right that it's starting to go back on the rise. So, so that is the situation. We do have the cost increase management policy that the board adopted in 2015. This policy governs the way we manage NOACA funding, including cost increases. The policy defines eligibility. That's what requests we bring to this committee. And it establishes parameters that guide our evaluation and action. Eligible cost increase requests are costs that are due to conditions unforeseen during engineering phase or the right-of-way acquisition phase. This qualifies back when these projects were planned and initiated in project development and completed project development. Another one is change orders during construction. These are also eligible requests. That is, those that are necessary to complete the project in accordance with what the board approved, or to meet any federal or state changes that may have come about that weren't known at the time the project the project commitment was originally made, that is. So this helps guide our eligible requests that we bring forth to this committee. Some additional policies. We cap requests at a maximum of 15% of the original board commitment. Any costs above that 15% are going to be the responsibility of the sponsor. Another factor is sponsors must have completed or received stage 3 design plan approval, at least stage 3 design plan approval, consistent with ODOT's design development process. So we want to make sure that we're looking at things when we know that a significant amount of project development design has been completed and that we have a realistic idea of what the items are going to be and what those quantities are going to be. And then another policy component is that that all other funding components committed to the project are being utilized to capacity. We don't want to use NOACA funding increases to offset or reduce other funding that could be utilized from other partners. We've evaluated the request against the controlling policy. With respect to justification, we do feel that this really is an inflation across the board. In the case of the Clague Road project, again, the pavement costs in the most recent estimate are 1.1 million, and that's about 32% more than the estimated total cost shown in the tip currently. So the asphalt costs alone do justify an increase. It would have been difficult to predict this back then, as the projects were in design or advancing through project development. Another consideration is funding is available in the current tip. We provided primarily through additional funding we received through the bipartisan infrastructure law, and we have available budget. Also, there is funding that has come back to us from previous projects where the bids were wound up being lower than what was originally estimated. That was from 2021. And the recommendation is for 15% of the original board commitment. With respect to project progress, the Clague Road project in North Olmsted has progressed through State Street Plan approval. Their estimated award is October of 2025. And the North Marginal Road Connector project in Cleveland, actually they advertised yesterday. And so this anticipated award is July of calendar year 2024. So the projects are shown on this table. So you see the overall updated costs of the respective projects. So for Clague Road, moving from left to right, the new updated total cost is 2.8 million. Keep in mind that requires not only the road rehabilitation, but also some other factors that are going to be added to this. For the North Marginal Road Connector, the new updated cost is 11.8 million. So now the original commitment for the Clague Road project is $593,750. That's about 69% of the original estimated cost. The North Marginal Road Connector is about 5.7 million. That's about 46% of the original cost. So the recommended increase is this. For Clague Road, we recommend a 15%, $89,063. For the North Marginal Road project, we recommend $852,607. So what that new NOACA project funding cap would be for each project. For the Clague Road project, the new NOACA funding cap would be $682,813. The new NOACA funding cap for the North Marginal Road Connector would be $6,536,655. So overall, that 15% of the projects would result in $941,670 increase. Anything above that would be the responsibility of the sponsor to complete any funding gaps and to ensure that these plans are complete so that the project can continue moving forward. Excuse me. So here you see this slide illustrates how much of the 15% makes up the additional funds needed. So for this Clague Road project, I'm going to just try to draw your attention to some of these highlighted areas. The recommended 15% increase, again, is $89,063. That cost is 4% of the additional cost needed. With respect to the NOACA share for the new total cost, it amounts to about 24%. So you see in columns A and B, the costs are shown in the tip, the respective participation. The updated total cost of 2.9 million is shown in column C and highlighted in yellow. The respective percentage share is shown in column D. So in this case, also highlighted in yellow again, the $593,750 current commitment is 21% of that updated cost. So this difference highlighted in red, they need an additional roughly $2 million. And that's, again, the recommended increase is $89,063. That's highlighted in purple. And then I'll just jump over to the green. So this new NOACA commitment would be $682,813. That amount represents 24% of the new updated cost. And I'll move on to the next project here. This is the North Marginal Road. This will try to be a little quicker here. Draw your attention to the figure 11.8 million in yellow. That's about 48% of what the of this new estimate. That's about 48. The NOACA commitment is 48% of the new estimated cost or updated cost. The additional percent for funding recommended is 15% of that commitment. That's $852,607 shown in purple. The balance of that would be 5.2 million. So they need 6.1 million total. We're recommending that we at least give 852,000. So the new NOACA cost shown in green would be $6,536,655, which is about 56% of what the estimated updated cost is.
Ed, do you have the never mind, I'll let you go through the next
Oh,
slide.
sure.
and then
There's
ask the
actually
question.
just,
Well, actually, no, that back up.
so again, the recommended additional funding would increase NOACA's contribution to these projects cumulatively by $941,670. Funding to support these requests is available in the current TIP. There will be no impact to other currently programmed TIP projects. With that, I would just ask, pending board approval, the TIP would be updated to reflect these funding commitments. So with that, I ask that the committee's consideration recommend this project to the executive committee for placement on the board of directors agenda for March 2024. Yes.
Can I have a motion to approve? And second.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Just, if I could, Mike Dever with County Public Works, it just provides some clarification also. The project, specifically the 9th to 55th North Marginal Project, our intent is to have that awarded in July and started in August of this year. It hasn't been advertised as of yet, but it will be within the next few weeks. But I appreciate the board's consideration of these cost
As
increases.
it is progressing.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Just simply for the benefit of newer committee members, we've, since the inflationary period following the pandemic, we've made similar adjustments along similar lines, and I think it's fair that we would continue to do that as long as we continue to see these sorts of increases and have the ability to help mitigate them in this way. So I would encourage that we continue to do that and do that here. Thank you.
And this is where I wanted to ask a question. Maybe I'm just not seeing it, but the original price tag at the bottom was 12.4.
That's correct. That's a planning level estimate that was provided 2 years ago.
Right. And then the updated is actually less.
Yes,
$666,000 less.
that's a stage 3 planning level estimate, a much more accurate or precise, and also the fact that they have tried to reduce the cost by removing some items. I will defer to Mike here to elaborate on that, but they have tried to reduce the scope.
Right, but to clarify then, if the original was 12.4, the new is less, we are providing more money even though the estimate is less?
Yes, that's what the request is.
But why would that be?
Mike, do you want to take that? Or I could just simply say that they are on the hook right now to provide 6.1 million. The sources of those, the source of that is
It's,
being determined, or?
yeah, it's been split between the three partnering entities, which is the City of Cleveland, and the Metro Parks are participating in this also. So that remaining 44% is being absorbed by that group, and then if there is any other further increases, that group will make up that shortfall.
That's what I'm not understanding. It doesn't seem like there's a shortfall. It seems like there's additional funds in the, if the updated estimate is less than what was
is.
originally planned, how is it that we need to provide more funding?
Because the original commitment is only 48% of the estimated total cost. I mean,
But we
typically,
usually only provide the cost increase amount of 15% when there actually is a cost increase. In this case, there is no cost increase.
well, it's the cost associated with some of the materials that will go into this project. You know, the asphalt and
But
the
it's-
fuel and so
But it's
forth.
$666,000 less,
Yes, that's true.
but then
That's-
there is no increase.
But again, it's a planning level estimate, that 12.4 million.
Understood, but our 15% guideline is to provide cost increase. But if there is no cost increase, I guess I'm having a hard time understanding, and maybe it's just the presentation, but I'm having a hard time understanding, because as we talked about this, I would have expected that the updated overall cost of the project would
more.
have been greater than the original, because the original is what we used to provide the original percentage of NOACA funding. And so again, I'm just not seeing where or why we would be providing more money if the estimate is actually less. It then looks like basically we are paying more while the others are paying less. I mean, if I look at the G recommended, so NOACA then pays, if, you know, from C to, yeah,
The item in green, 6.5 million.
is it B to J?
The percentage of participants.
Right. I'm confused.
Well, okay, I could maybe shed some light on this. Something to keep in mind is with the regional with the carbon reduction program funding that we received, there was a percentage of that funding was distributed to each county based on their relative share of the region's population, each county in the city of
Right.
Cleveland.
So I'm aware of the piece that is behind this, the amount
Yes.
of the percentage. I'm just looking at the cost of the project. Either something's not right on the slide.
No, these are the numbers. These are the numbers, yeah,
I'm looking at what you're saying, Grace, but I think there may be a mistake specifically to the original. I'm sorry, I don't have a clarification.
I'm sorry,
for you
what was
on
that, Mike? I didn't hear that. What was that?
I see what you're pointing out, Grace, but I don't have a specific answer to that. Once again, I'm just pursuing what the current policy is in place, and that is how we're basing our request on.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
my understanding of the policy, and I'd appreciate clarification, is that NOACA provides the increase in cost limited to 15% of the original, not up to 15%. So my understanding is if there's a cost increase, you can apply for the difference limited to 15% of the original. If there is no cost increase, then it would be, you know, a negative number multiplied by 15%. Now,
which is
maybe,
what's there.
maybe I'm not aware of the full policy, but even if we granted this under the policy, we would be giving a negative number because it's not 15% period, it's the increase limited to 15%. But that's just my understanding of the policy. I haven't seen the whole policy. So I want clarification on what is the policy, because I think if we vote for this, we're gonna be saying, you know, you get negative X according to the policy, and that might actually reduce the amount of support, because it's not just a 15% blanket number, it's the increase limited to 15%. And if there's actually a decrease, then we have a negative number on the page.
Well, if I may, the policy is actually up to 15% of the original NOACA commitment, not necessarily the increase, the difference between, the planning level estimate and the more refined, accurate
But that's
update.
based on 15%, up to 15% of the original NOACA commitment, but as applied to the increase in the project. So if there's a decrease in the project, Commissioner Plechnik is correct, it would be a negative number.
That is, well, this has always been, the interpretation is, or the policy has been up to the original, I'm sorry, up to 15% of the original NOACA commitment. Whatever NOACA has committed to, that they can get up to 15% more of that amount.
Mr. Chairman, but those words up to or limited to, that implies that it is not just 15%. To say
Right,
up
that's
to
correct.
15%, there's some baseline number there. Could we get a copy of the policy so that we could see exactly what this is? Because I'm concerned if we vote on this as it is, we'll actually reduce the funding.
Is it possible to split the two projects out and vote on one? I mean, I understand what everyone's saying. This is confusing. I think we need to look at when there was a cost increase and, what the baseline was versus what maybe NOACA's baseline was. Maybe there is just some confusion of when the cost might have increased and whether or not it's eligible on this project. But it appeared the other project, Clegg Road, which again, we'd obviously like to move forward with, would still meet the criteria.
Yeah, that would be correct. I think you can easily break those out.
I think that would be helpful. I mean, I think this is just unfortunately confusing right now, and we need to dig a little bit deeper with staff to.
Comment over here.
Yeah, just a quick question. So, the idea behind this was as there were inflationary issues that increased the cost of the project, and then we would, put additional funds towards that up to 15%. At least that was my understanding of it. So are there some things that maybe changed on this project, or monies that were going to be part of the project that are not part of it anymore, or just so I have a better understanding too?
Yeah, the scope of the project has not changed. We're still doing it within the existing right of way. Actually, we may be making some change, there's some slight changes to the shared use path is being reduced in certain areas so we can stay within the right of way. So it's staying within the original scope of the project. So,
But the project, from your understanding, is that the project cost actually did go down from the original estimates?
the project cost have adjusted since the original number of I think it was 12.4 was the original estimate two and a half years ago. This is the most recent estimate we have. We're putting it on the street, as I said, right now, and we'll find out what those bids do come in at. So I anticipate by July, we will know specifically the cost of the project.
Gotcha.
Well, I have a comment. Since the project's going to be bid in July, we have another meeting on May 10th. I feel it's comfortable to table this one project, and then we can come back and vote on that other project here. So there a motion to table, postpone it till the next meeting, May.
Mr. Chairman, I would make that motion with the request that we get a copy of the policy so that prior to that meeting, we can all see precisely what this 15% limit entails.
Okay.
So moved.
There's a second? Okay, thank you. All in favor?
Mr. Chair,
Any
if
opposed?
I could, before we move, specifically on the Clegg Road project, can we, as Debbie Berry has recommended, to pull that out of this? So we
Yes,
can-
I mentioned that
Yeah,
before.
I think just to clarify, the motion is to postpone the
One project.
one project, the
The
North
North
Marginal
Marginal
Road
Road,
Connector
correct.
project. Yeah, And then we'll come back and we'll take a separate vote, Mr. Chair, on the.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, now we'll move to the Clegg Road project. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is approved.
And if I may, if anyone is itching to read the cost increase policy before we get it to you, it is on the website under board and committees and board policies in the drop down. So it is there. We'll get you a link to it. But if you're, like I said, if you're itching to read it before that comes, it is on the website.
Next item. Draft SFY 2025 OWP and budget. Grace Galucci and Deb Wardell.
So this is our annual overall work program and budget. And as is customary for us to bring this to you, we are bringing the budget component, the financials to you. And I will turn it over to Deb to get into the details of that.
Good morning again. I'm presenting the fiscal year 2025 draft of the overall work program budget to the committee this morning. Previous action is the current year OWP 2024 was approved by the board in March of 2023 and amended by the board in September of 2023. Some background information on the OWP development includes new initiatives, ongoing activities, the framework of the long-range plan, and finally, the budget, which is what we will discuss here today. During the months of August and December, we begin to work on the OWP and budget. We're here today asking Finance and Audit to review the draft of the OWP budget. On March 8th, the OWP draft will not only be asked by the board if it's forwarded by this committee and executive committee, but also needs to be forwarded to ODOT and FTA, FHWA on the same day. The final OWP is due to ODOT, FTA, and FWHA on May 3rd of 2024. Some background information on the 2025 budget. There's a total estimate of $12.5 million in revenue. The current year compared to the current year of 16.7 million. In pass-through funding, there's a total of 6 million, which includes TLCI 5310 and now Brownfield revolving loan fund monies. Some budget assumptions. We have 47 FTEs. That is unchanged from fiscal year 24. Included is a 3% merit increase for merit raises. And there is an 8% health insurance increase, which we've already started to incur at the end of fiscal year 24. The revenue sources primarily, you can see predominantly consist of federal funding, which makes up 75%. And out of that federal funding, CPG money makes up 74%. In the expenditures category, the top two include salaries and benefits and contractual services. And when you compare expenditures between the 24 budget and what's projected for 25, some differences to note would include occupancy and equipment costs and the anticipated difference in contractual services. Next steps would include public review and the board approval at the March 2024 meeting. And then the OWP and budget would be sent to ODOT and the federal agencies for approval. The action being requested today is that the committee recommend this item to the executive committee for placement on the March 2024 Board of Directors agenda.
Can I have a motion, please? there a second? Any discussion? Go ahead.
I have two questions. February public review, what does that look like? How does it advertised? How do people get engaged or ask questions about the document if they have them?
I'll ask Danielle Render, our Director of Public Affairs, to answer the question in depth. But generally, we post it to the website and people can respond in that way. But Danielle?
Good morning. We do post it on the website and we send a press release to let the public know that it is available.
Okay, but there's no
review.
public meeting, no presentation, no.
No, we're not required to do that. If necessary, we can, but it's not a requirement.
And then my second question is, in the document, there's a sort of historical tables of the FTE, the full-time staff.
Mhm.
Are those budgeted positions or are those filled positions from year to year?
Those are budgeted positions from year to year, and in every year, there's a vacancy factor, and the vacancy factor varies from 2 to 5. So even though we have 47 authorized positions, and that's been the case since I have been here for 12 years, we have only budgeted either 42 upwards to 45. And so we have that vacancy factor, recognizing that because of turnover, we don't always fill the positions for the full 12 months. And sometimes it may be 6 months or 9 months. And so that's how we average out that vacancy factor. And there are some positions, quite frankly, that have never been filled since I have been here because we are unable to find people that have that level of expertise that are willing to move to Cleveland for that, predominantly in our modeling area.
So in the document, I think it shows 47 staff over each of the years that it shows, but you're saying you only budget for 42 to 45?
So those are authorized staffing is up to 47, and then the dollars that we budget can be between 42 and 45.
Okay.
So for example, what would allow that to be different? If I didn't fill positions in an area and then had some vacancies there, but then needed it in a different area, you can fill it by transferring those funds as long as I don't exceed the 47.
Gotcha. Are you required at all? I'm assuming not, to show those. You mentioned that you have positions that have been vacant for a number of years, and understand that that's a very specific market, but are you required to show those positions? I guess I just wonder if, the board could be helpful in understanding where there are vacancies and helping to either modify the work or find the right position or, that type of thing, or again, even. the
Yeah,
public understanding.
so we do in the OWP have all of the positions listed within each of the divisions. We say that they are vacant if you look at the projects. So each project number has the staff that participates in that project, and it will list that certain positions are vacant in there. So it is in the document. It's in the
Okay.
full document. What's being covered today in the Finance Committee is just the funding part of it. So you need to go to the OWP piece of the OWP and budget, and all that is in there. But certainly we could try to make it simpler. Maybe there's a way for us to do our regular staffing analysis that we do internally and share that. And the position that I'm specifically speaking of is we have a senior modeler position.
Sure.
And we had several of them, and we did promote someone internally initially who may not have had all of the skills to do it, but we trained the person. And so that might end up being what we're going to do this second time. But those are the challenges that we face. So there are generally one or two that are really, really difficult to fill.
Okay, and I do have it up on my computer just because I hit the link
Okay.
that's in the thing, but again, haven't looked in serious detail, but we'll do that over
Got it.
February, so.
And thank you very much for offering your assistance.
Thanks.
Go ahead.
I see that there's a substantial reduction in contractual services. Do we have a reason for that estimate?
Yes, so we did have some additional contractual services based on the fact that we had lower staffing levels in 2024, and then we expect those positions to be filled. Some of them have already been filled. So there's a little bit of a difference there, but the majority of the difference is actually projects that we're budgeted for 2024 that will be complete, predominantly the household travel survey, which was $1.7 million. So when you look at the amount of difference, taking $1.7 million off of 2024 as compared to 25 is the majority of that difference.
Any other comments? Go ahead.
Thank you. And and I appreciate especially Debbie looking through the staffing numbers. Those were my first questions. The city of Cleveland released its budget this week. Filling empty or vacant positions is always a challenge for any government agency. So maybe my first question, and I have a couple, is what is to learn from each other? Any strategies on your end, Grace, for making sure that those vacancies are getting filled?
So what we've done to help us fill those positions is we have hired a consultant who is focused just on, or mostly focused on filling our positions. We hired her last January as a consultant and continues with us. She has been very, very successful in reaching out through various markets. She's got expertise in public sector HR. And so that's been a very successful strategy for us. We've been able, as I said, to fill a number of positions that way, and we will continue with that relationship.
Makes sense. Separate subject is just I was taking a look at last year's budget, taking a look at this year's budget. Notice there is a big difference in the amount of federal funding that was federal revenue that was budgeted for last year compared to the actual for this last year. It looks like an $8 million differential that's going to be received this year. Is this ringing a bell? Do we know what this is?
I'll ask Deb either to go back to a slide that helps to show that, or if there are no slides that show that, then we'll refer to a page in the budget. And Deb, if you can begin to answer that while I look at it.
Sure. And please bear with me. This is the OWP budget is quite extensive. So, and I apologize, I don't have all of those. I do have my notes over there that I could dig through. But there was last year we received federal funding. For example, the CPRG was included in federal funding. There was some additional US EPA funding that is included in the carryover, but is not new funding for 2025. That would be the biggest difference that I recall.
And I think maybe another way to answer the question is I'm looking at the slide or the chart in the OWP. State fiscal year 23 had the lowest at 5.8 million. Then it does go up to 11.7 for 24, which is the year we're currently in. And then 25 is the budget you're looking to approve, and we go down to 8.5 more closely in that area. Between 23 and 24, we did have a number of projects, including the household travel survey for that $1.7 million that was initially expected to be completed in SFY 23, but because of COVID and not having the appropriate travel patterns dictated, we held off on that. And so those funds travel, I didn't mean that. It could have been, yeah, I did, pun intended. Those funds travel from 23 to 24. And so the expenditure, and we're using the household travel survey, but there's a few others such as other consultants that we had budgeted originally for 23 that then go to 24, and we expect to complete those projects in 24, which is why you don't see that funding going over to 25.
That's interesting. So the revenue that was first recorded in last year's budget for FY23, we have moved to this year, calling it, I guess that's what, I'm no CPA, so I might be confused, but it looked like we received revenue last year.
Yeah.
But now, last year's budget clarifies that state fiscal year 23 had $11.8 million in federal revenue. but the actual value was actually only 5.8 on the budget you're
Right.
proposing now.
So
And
let-
that's being carried over.
Yeah, well, then, and the way we budget revenue might be different than the way others budget revenue. Our revenue doesn't actually come in until we spend it. So
Oh.
we have to spend the funds first and then get reimbursed. And so from that point, if you don't spend the funds and you carry over the expenditure, the revenue doesn't get booked in that year, it gets booked in the next year.
That's an incredibly helpful detail. Thank you. My very last question, this is again sort of minute accounting question, but federal pass-through information here. I'm just curious, none of it's actual information. It's all budgeted, 23 budget, 24 budget, 25 budget. There's no, what was the actual for 23 of federal pass-through? Or is that calculable? Is there a reason why it's not?
So because they're pass-throughs, they don't actually hit our books. And so we budget for them to show what is going to be passed through, but because they are pass-throughs, they're not included in our financials.
I guess, do we ever have a final value for how much is passed through in 23?
We do.
Okay.
Perhaps we can think of a way to include that in the information so that it can be clearer.
And again, like not a CPA, when I see FY 23 budget, I assume that's like what we're anticipating for 23. You know, that's our plan for 23, but presumably we know at this point what 23's our pass-through dollars were.
If you can give me an example of the one you're looking at. maybe-
Sure, I'm looking at page 42. Just looking at the column titles, federal pass-through, 23 budget, 24 budget, 25 budget. Would have expected 23 budget to actually say 23 actual. Wondering why it doesn't.
That's probably just an error.
That makes sense too.
I think that's just.
Yeah,
an
that's
error.
a great point. We can certainly change that for next year.
Didn't know if there was a reason.
Nope, I
okay.
made a note, and because it's not included in the financial statements, it's really just a reference of information for the committee and for the board. But if it would be helpful to have actual in the pass-through as well, we can certainly include that in the future.
Just looking to learn more. Thank you.
Yep, sure.
And so it's not an error that it says budget. We actually put it in there as budget because that is what we budgeted. And
Correct.
because we don't book it to the financials, we don't put an actual in there.
Correct,
But maybe we can do both.
sure.
Yeah. Thank you for the helpful points. As a former budget director, this fascinates me. So I just absolutely love it and love the questions. Thank you.
Okay, any more questions or concerns? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion's approved.
Thank you.
Next item is authorization to execute project financing documents, Rockside Road Bridges. Grace and Ed May.
Yeah, this is pretty exciting for us to be moving forward with that you, Ed, or me who's moving? Okay, no, that's okay. I was trying to do it too, so I think we were doing it at the same time. So the State Infrastructure Bank is a revolving loan program that is sponsored at the state level using a seeding of federal funding. And we have, over the last 12 years that I've been here, very much regularly used it to be able to fund major projects. And we currently have 3 loans that are remaining, and $5 million. Over the course of the last 10 years, we have financed 63 million for 8 projects and really have moved the needle on getting things done in our TIP. And so with that, this is a planned state infrastructure bank loan for the Rockside Road Bridges. It's been in our TIP, but I will have Ed take us through that detail. Thank you, Ed.
The action being requested here is for this committee to recommend to the executive committee that the executive director be authorized to execute loan-related documents for the Rockside Road Bridges project This is a bridge project located over the CSX Railroad and Cuyahoga River in the city of Independence and Village of Valley View. With respect to previous action, the NOACA Board of Directors adopted our state fiscal year 2024 to 2027 TIP with resolution 2023-015, and that was in March of calendar year 2023. And incorporated into that was the utilizing the State Infrastructure Bank to finance high-cost projects, inclusive of the Rockside Road Bridge project. Excuse me, as authorized by this Ohio State Ohio State Legislature and created in 1996, the SIB provides financing assistance to eligible sponsors for the purpose of funding transportation facilities and projects. NOACA federal funds are eligible as a source of repayment for those loans. So the SIB loan is a revolving loan program. So as repayments are made back into the program, they get applied for and redistributed for other projects. Per NOACA policy, the board may recommend a SIB loan for projects whose costs exceed 25% of our annual allocation, which would then be repaid with future allocations of NOACA funds. This helps to maintain fiscal balance and flexibility and enables high-cost projects to advance in the state fiscal year of implementation. Previously approved TIP projects that have been financed through the SIB loan dating back to 2014. There have been others, but I just went back as far as 2014. The ones that have been paid in full are the Bagley Road, Pleasant Valley Road project, Rumen Road, Harvard Road, West 150th Street, and Lear Nagel Road. These loans have been paid in full. And then there's 3 currently active loans. That's the Tower City Bridges, the Royalton Road project, and the North Carpenter Road project. It's these bottom 3 loans that are still active, and the combined outstanding balance on these 3 loans is $5 million. So if we follow the current repayment schedules, these would be paid in full by July of calendar year 2028. So the SIB procedure and the Ohio Attorney General's Office requires a joint loan agreement between ODOT, the project sponsor, in this case Cuyahoga County, and NOACA. And the requirements include certified resolutions from each party authorizing the execution and delivery of loan documents. The financial impact, the total construction cost is estimated at $21 million. At the time, the cost estimate has been updated, but the current NOACA cap is $14.4 million. So that would be the amount that would be being financed. And that would be the amount that would be advanced in 2025 and would be repaid over the course of 11 years with NOACA funding. With the first year period, the first 13 months are interest-free. The first payment wouldn't be due until 19 months after the loan closing date. So based on what we understand the current project development schedule to be, that first payment wouldn't be due until July of calendar year 2026. The repayment schedule is biannual. That is, ODOT will deduct the funding from NOACA's annual allocation in January and in July. And there is a prepayment penalty if the debt is repaid in whole or in part within 36 months. And the final maturity of this particular loan is estimated to be July of calendar year 2037. Or rather, January. So the next steps would be for NOACA staff to work with the county to execute the SIB loan application. The loan-related documents would then be executed by the county and Executive Director Gallucci. And the project, as stated, is anticipated to award in April of calendar year 2025. So with that, I ask the Finance and Audit Committee's recommendation to the Executive Committee for placement of this item on the Board of Directors' agenda for March 2024.
Can I have a motion to approve? Is there a second? Any discussion?
Chair,
Go ahead.
Just wanted to say Cuyahoga County is fully supportive of moving this SIB loan forward. So thank you.
Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion's approved. Presentations and discussions, there are no further actions to be taken. We'll move down to SFY 2024 second quarter capital programs performance measures. Sarah White.
Good morning to the chair and to the committee. I will move this along quickly because I know we don't have much time left, but I just want to discuss the SFY 2024 capital programs performance measures. As was noted, this is for information only, and these capital program measures were approved by the board in 2016. So a little bit of background about the projects that we work with in the capital infrastructure programs. Surface Transportation Block Grant, STBG, we have a budget of 32.5 million. Transportation Alternatives, or TA, has 3.7. Congestion Mitigation and Air Quality, or CMAQ, has 17.6 million. And then a newer program to NOACA is the Carbon Reduction Program, or CRP, which has 4 million. So our total SFY 24 allocation is 57.8 million. So considering the funds NOACA is managing, the Board of Directors approved a set of performance measures. These measures will help to ensure that informed decisions are being made, that optimal expenditure of these resources is occurring. They will also help to increase transparency and accountability. So to that end, the specific performance measures fall into two categories. So those are program delivery and fund utilization, and there are two performance measures in each of those categories. Under program delivery, the first measure we look at is the % of on-time project implementation. The target is greater than or equal to 85% of funded projects awarded for implementation within 30 days of the APL commitment date. And APL stands for Annual Priority List. And then the second measure is evaluating program delivery, and that is excuse me. The delivery is % program balance. And we are looking to measure less than or equal to 20% of projects being programmed in the last quarter of the fiscal year. So by meeting or remaining under that target, we are maximizing unintended carry forward and helping to spend down those balances. All right, then moving to fund utilization. The first measure evaluates % estimate accuracy. So here we are measuring the variance between the NOACA funds committed to the project based on estimates and then the eventual contract award. So if we are able to meet the goal of plus or minus 10%, we can have less carryover again for under budget projects. And then we can also avoid higher bids and cost overages, which typically end up delaying projects. And then lastly is % of funds encumbered, which measures the amount of NOACA funds encumbered for the current state fiscal year. Our target is to have encumbered more than or equal to 95% for originally programmed projects, and those added on to later utilize extra funds. By reaching this target, we are ensuring that we're utilizing the available funding resources in the intended year. So we don't, again, need to carry forward funds. So just taking a look historically, in the past 4 fiscal years, we've met 3 of 4 targets within each year. So taking a look at state fiscal year 2024, quarter 2, which we have here on the screen, ended on December 31st, 2023. In the program delivery area, we exceeded the goal for % on-time project implementation by programming 1 intended project of 1. We are also exceeding the goal of less than 20% of funds programmed in the last quarter, as 6% are currently set to be awarded to projects in Q4. Then on to funding utilization. They are assessing, well, the first is looking at the target for estimate accuracy. We're exceeding the target with a variance of only -7% for Q2. So this quarter's lower variance also helped bring down the year-to-date amount for this measure. So you can see the year-to-date has fallen to -18. And then the last performance measure is percent of funds encumbered. It is not currently meeting the target within Q2. However, we will continue to work towards that 95% fiscal year end target by advancing future TIP projects and then advancing some debt service payments. We do typically see project and fund movement in Q3, so that will definitely impact those measures. As far as next steps, staff will just continue to work with project sponsors and ODOT to move those projects forward. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? We'll move down to the next item is reports and updates. The financial report and the Brownfield Revolving Loan Fund report is included in our packets, in our meeting package. The next item is old business. Is there any old business? I think that is none. New business. Is there any new business? Can I have a motion to adjourn? And second. All in favor? Aye. Meeting is adjourned. Next meeting is May 10th at 8:30.
As open meetings law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussions on the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the gray button on top of them. They are on when the light is blue. Okay, we do have our meeting minutes from November 3, 2023. Are there any corrections or additions? Hearing and seeing none, may I have a motion to approve? Thank you. May I have a second, please? Second. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Very good. The motion is approved. We have also the meeting minutes of December 22, 2023. Are there any corrections or additions? Hearing and seeing none, can I have a motion to approve? Thank you. Second. May I have a second, please? Thank you. All in favor? Opposed? Very good. The motion is approved. Public comments, Brenda. We do not have anyone signed in for public speaking. All right. All right. This moves us to our executive director's report. Grace.
Good morning. I have no report this morning other than to remind you that we have before the next March board meeting, the legislative meet and greet at 8 o'clock. So make sure that's on your calendar. And we look forward. Yes, I think that would be good. And so looking forward to that meet and greet. And obviously it's much more appropriate or much more interesting if we're all here. So also, I don't have a slide for this, but this morning, the auditors met with our finance committee chairperson and staff, and this was their audit exit conference. And we received an unmodified audit opinion, which is excellent. And then we had no management letters or comments. So this year, not only did we get a clean audit, we got a perfect audit. So that's very exciting for us and great news because we did have our longtime finance director, controller retire and our new one come in. And so our new one has been here for about 6 months. So the transition has been very smooth. So excellent news. And the results will be made public in 2 weeks. So we'll have some celebration at that time. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Grace. All right, moving on to our action items. We have the Governance Committee focus area for 2024. Ronnie Blackshear. Ronnie, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, board members. Ronnie Blackshear, for the record, with NOACA staff. This is the Governance Committee 2024 focus areas. The action requested is to discuss and approve the 2024 committee focus areas. Previous action is the approval of the 2023 committee focus areas. For some background, the committee charter was adopted in 2014. The charter defines purpose, activities, organization, and structure, which is composed of membership and meeting logistics and staffing. The purpose of the committee is to nominate officers of the board of directors for the upcoming year and conduct the election of those officers, excuse me, creates and implements an orientation program for new directors, monitors the procedure by which directors annually identify and report conflicts of interest, reviews and recommends proposed revisions to the code of regulations as necessary. Goals of the committee to ensure orderly transition of new board officers each year, that new members become familiar with the mission, mandates, and responsibilities of the agency, enabling them to serve effectively. That board members are adequately involved in decision-making, that any known or potential conflicts of interest are identified and avoided, that the Code of Regulations remain an effective set of bylaws that benefits the agency and the region. The 2023 focus areas, there was 2 ongoing and 1 new. The 2 ongoing was the review and possible revision of NOACA Code of Regulations for language and administrative consistency, and the Economic Development Subcommittee is ongoing. The new one for 2023 was the Code of Regulations Board appointment process. The accomplishments for 23, the establishment of the Economic Development Subcommittee, including the charter and membership, nominated the calendar year 2024 NOACA Board of Directors officers, and modified the Code of Regulations to reflect the City of Cleveland's designated seat for the mayor. Potential 2024 focus areas are 2 of the ongoing ones from the previous year: the review and possible revision of the NOACA Code of Regulations for language and administrative consistency, and the Code of Regulations Board appointment process. At this time, if there are any additional items that the committee would like to recommend, I'll open the floor for discussion.
Anything for Ronnie? Sir?
Thank you. Just maybe this is a clarifier, or maybe it's a new addition. Did the basic homework of looking into the Code of Regulations for the charge of the governance committee, it references some good ideas, I thought, things like the orientation program for new directors, monitoring procedures for conflicts of interest, recommending other additions to the code. Are those worthy additions to our focus areas? Should we be implementing an orientation program, overseeing that?
Well, I'll just jump in on that one. If you've seen how poorly attended our 101 classes are, you'd be giving a hearty, let's get it done. Let's do something to change. There's a number of people who, in good faith, do come to meetings, but they don't quite have all the information. So
I might be one of them, but
that's okay. No, this is the time though for growth and in a collegial way, working together and kind of learning from each other. And, you know, the staff also can set up some formal structure where that can take place for some mentoring. There's a lot that we need to get to know about each other and about what the organization does and how that applies throughout the region. So if I could just throw that commercial in there, Ronnie, I hope I adequately described that, but I thought that's something that's near and dear to me. So that's why I felt strongly about commenting. Thank you, Ronnie.
No problem.
Since we have some time, right? We got,
Oh, good heavens,
I
yes.
don't want to fill time for sake of filling time, but we're not meeting again. That's another committee till 11, right? Or is it 11:30? 11:30? We got lots of time. Do we have lots of time? All
Yes.
right. I'm gonna just follow up on a question, but just 2 that have been on my mind. Do we do a bit of a scan of what the other MPOs around Ohio or elsewhere do with their governance committees? And I don't want that to sound so open-ended, but, you know, are we more or less kind of a similar committee as a governance committee goes to AMITS or MORPC or, you know, just name a few? Do we ever look around what other organizations are doing with their governance committees?
Sure. So I can start with, when I took my position in 2012, we did not have a governance committee.
Got it.
So
Yeah.
we established a governance committee, and at that time, through BVU and Nancy as legal counsel, we did do scans of not only MPOs, but other agencies, and we did model this after that. It always helps, or it doesn't hurt to continue to look, so we can look at it. Also, I do belong to and am a member of the Executive Directors Council for the National Association of Regional Councils, where we talk about these things and compare notes. And so we do generally look at it. To Mr. Davis's point, I would like to request that the governance committee do look at orientation a little bit more. We do have an orientation. We have a board orientation guide that is good. We have 101 that is okay. and it's very poorly attended, as Commissioner Hammercheck noted. And maybe there is something that we could do through the governance committee to strengthen an orientation process, and particularly thinking about how to share knowledge so that directors feel better prepared for the meeting. So I think that's an excellent suggestion, and I would like to request that that be added.
Fair enough. Looking around some other agencies we appoint, as the other commissioners do, a lot of boards, and we point to the boards of many county agencies. I tend to try to look at the committee structures. Three areas of interest, and, Chair, just maybe for further discussion this year, perhaps through this committee. We kind of went through a fair amount of dialogue last year on personnel, compensation, and I'll add, although I don't think we talked about it as much, contracts. I wonder if there's a place, and I'm not suggesting a separate personnel committee, but I wonder if governance is a place to at least discuss it. The Compensation committee may not be a very busy committee as a separate committee, but there are boards that do have them. Sometimes I felt last year it would have helped us to have compensation and or personnel committee to just have a place to rightly place some dialogue. And then, going back to the contracts, I think it can happen through board orientation, but I think there's some merit at least at a governance committee or somewhere to have a conversation about how we go about the business of contracting. And there's things that I'm not really referencing related to this organization per se, but that others are looking at. How are we tracking in contracts DEIA goals and objectives? How do we, as board members, decide on contracts relative to our caps and limits? Where maybe executive committee can make a contract allocation versus the board. But I think those three areas are things that, just as somebody who returned to the board last year, felt like, maybe there was a rightful place somewhere in the organization to have those committee discussions that was beyond the general board and or the executive committee. I'm, again, not in the spirit of filling time, just some things I was thinking about last year that I'll bring up right
Yeah,
now.
no, I appreciate that. And I was just saying that according to our code of regulations, and I certainly can ask Nancy to correct me if I'm incorrect, the executive committee handles compensation and handles HR. From there, some of the things that you're talking about, since the last time you were on the board, when you were on the board, there was just the board and the executive committee. None of these other standing committees existed. We created them all.
Finance did, but yeah.
No, it didn't.
Yeah.
Finance did not exist. Nope. So there were no standing committees for the board. There were subcommittees that existed for the overall transportation issues, water quality issues, and air quality issues. So we created these committees to do exactly what you're talking about, because that makes sense for good governance and transparency, as we've always been trying to focus on. So the kind of things that you're talking about with contracting, that's specifically in the charter of the Finance Committee. And so what they do on a quarterly basis is review all of the contracts that we procure and determine if we follow the process, and then to approve them. Also, at the last committee meeting, for example, not this morning's one, but the one before that, we did have a recommendation to increase the authority of the executive director from 50,000 to 75,000 because state law had changed. And so we really just do follow federal and state laws and do guide that through the Finance Committee. What might be helpful is if the Governance Committee would want to take a look at all of those standing committees that exist and what they do, their purpose, and their charters, and then determine if there doesn't need to be any changes made.
Yeah, I think again, thinking with our chair this year, I think it would be helpful to kind of go through that. I don't know if other board members would, agree that personnel compensation, those were things that were talked about a lot, especially last quarter, last year. And did it need any more robust committee discussion? On the contract side, take your point on finance. I think my focus is sort of like, are we mirroring, are we checking our contract work with our DEIA, kind of work, and how does it correlate? Another thing, just for spirit of discussion, the advocacy and sort of public affairs work, you got a lot of people, myself included, around the table who are in Washington and Columbus a lot. I was there yesterday with Mayor Bibb on some matters, and I think having a really good calibration of where the MPO is, because the MPO comes up in conversation, especially at USDOT where we were yesterday. It'd be good to make sure we've got alignment on the public affairs / government relations and advocacy. Again, I'm just bringing this up as things that perhaps this committee could talk about in terms of, are we properly covered? The usual answer is status quo. Yes, we are already covered, but I'm thinking outside the box that maybe there's ways to calibrate our public affairs agenda. And I'll give you, in Cuyahoga County, we got multiple competing projects, right? You got Scenic Valley, you got Cheers, you've got the mayor's Shore to Core to Shore, you got a lot of suburban projects, but to name a few, how are we kind of bundling our asks? And that's a pretty long-winded question, but
That's
you
a
know.
great point. We do have and created a new committee that's called the External Affairs Committee, and that's the committee that handles the advocacy work. They handle both communications and legislative advocacy. And they do develop the legislative agenda every year, and they do plan on determining what our priorities are and how we execute those. So that is where that is located.
And that's good. And I think that part of the trickiness is vetting that with each municipal sponsor or, other government sponsors to see how the two ends meet, It just dawned on me yesterday, we've got, we're in DC with, from this region, hundreds of millions of dollars of asks that are only going to probably net, pick a number,
Right.
$100 million, but how do you calibrate it? And it ain't easy, but if you think external affairs is kind of one of the new advances, that's great, I'm just bringing up things that seem to me logical places for conversation and whether it's covered already in finance or executive committee or external affairs on all of those. Just wanted to bring it up while we're talking,
And what it might make sense is if you are not currently on that committee, that you get on that committee. And it seems like
I'm saying it for the good of the order,
Okay.
but I'm not rejecting that. I just,
We can get you a nice corner office.
no,
if that'll help.
listen, I just wanted to, just, we don't get enough time to talk about, I think, what we are, what our capacity is on a committee by committee basis. So bring it up.
I think that would be a good session to have to talk about the committees and review their charters, review their purpose, and then go from there.
I agree.
Now, on that though, Grace, if we could just, I believe, a good example of communicating amongst those, Lorraine County, they pulled one of their projects back so that another member could move forward. I think
Yeah.
that's a great example to share.
So
that is.
that's a great point. So what we've done to try and bridge the gap between hoping that we get all of our projects funded to at least getting a couple $100 million for the region, we developed the IIJA strategy, which was done in conjunction with all of the communities. We had multiple work sessions. It was done in, participation of the board. And we do have a structure, a schedule for each one of those projects to be applied for based on grant criteria. And we used a technology tool and contracted AECom to help us put together those grant programs and the projects. So we do have a pretty decent starting point, and I call it a starting point because clearly, the process was a good process, but things change over time, and we need to be talking about those. And there's also a process whereby we bring that to the board quarterly to make changes if needed. And so if you think of a project that you're interested in advocating for and you ask us about it, or you look at it's online, but you can see where it is in the IIJA strategy, what its priority is, what the time frame is, and that will help us all to decide because it's transparent. Everybody knows what our priorities are. We are one of the few MPOs in the country that actually have done that, to where we publicize what the priorities are, and we don't just leave it to everybody fending for themselves and everybody kind of competing in a Hunger Games approach. We support an application, and because of the multitude of programs, there were 40 programs over 4 years. That's 160 opportunities. That was sufficient for everybody to be slated in at least one, but most of our significant regional projects are slated in a number of those grant programs.
Yeah, I think that's, it's a helpful way to go. You can't, NOAC is not going to be able to be the referee every time between communities, but the example you used in Lorraine is, we're just obviously struggling with that also in Cuyahoga County. There's no shortage of aspiration to get things, funded, but there are, reality checks on the actual dollars available. So, but that was kind of tied to the original point about advocacy, and if external affairs is, covering that, that's good. I wanted to bring that up.
And
talk
one of
about
the things that we have in external affairs is the committee is made up of a number of board members, but we always include board members who have been previous not elected officials, I'm sorry, legislative officials.
Mhm.
So we have a number of members who at one time were in the Ohio legislature, and they are on the External Affairs Committee to assist us and facilitate some of that work.
Speaking of, hope you guys don't mind. We've got time. I don't want to blow somebody's time here.
This is good stuff.
While we're on it, and good to have this conversation. You still feel pretty strongly about Grace, to you, that we're covered on the lobbying side. I mean, and I know that was a discussion about this time last year, but.
Yeah, I do, and the issue becomes NOACA. At one point during my tenure, I did think that perhaps we'd be better served by lobbyists. So the board did support the procuring of lobbyists. We did a pilot program for 3 years. It really did not get us any money whatsoever. We certainly have done better on our own, and we discussed the lobbyists with many of our elected officials in Washington and in Columbus, and there was not one that we talked to that asked us to continue the lobbyists. They all said they'd prefer to talk to us directly. So that, I think, has really helped our relationship with them. And then to add to that, the lobbying activities at NOACA, when we did the pilot program, we had some funds in reserve that was able to that we were able to spend on the pilot program. But once the pilot program concluded, and the pilot program cost us about $500,000. It wasn't cheap. We needed to increase dues in order to support that, and the board was not willing to increase the dues to support lobbying.
And so you feel it's as much, NOACA is almost receiving the lobbying as much as pitching it, or maybe that's the wrong way to say it. You said the lobbyists are coming to us from Columbus. I mean, is that how do you feel you receive more lobbying than you lobby, And
Well-
again, person who just came from Washington
Sure.
yesterday and crawling with lobbyists, so
Now,
on behalf of
first of
everybody.
all, we don't use the word lobby.
I
NOACA
know,
does not
legislative
lobby.
advocate, yeah.
NOACA advocates for
Advocate,
its
right,
projects and its
right,
members,
right.
and its policies and its programs, its positions.
We try to call
Um,
them legislative
yes.
advocates.
And
Yeah.
we have excellent relationships with our elected officials, and we work very, very closely with USDOT, US EPA, folks that fund us. And so we don't feel that there is any door we can't get through.
Yep.
And in fact, I'll tell you, since we have time,
Yep.
I will tell you a quick story of when I was in Washington with our lobbyists during that pilot program. I'll give you two examples. Same day that I was there with the lobbyists, we went into one congressperson's office, and the congressperson said, "Hi, Grace, how are you doing? Great to see you." Said, "Who is this?" I said, "This is our lobbyist," and blah, blah, blah. And the congressperson said, "Great, lobbyist, you sit on the couch out here, Grace, you in my office." So they actually excluded them, did not feel comfortable with them. And there was another congressperson similar, asked me who the person was. I said lobbyist. They said, here, hold our coats and our bags. We are going to take the train and go vote in Congress. And I'm going to talk to Grace while we do that. She'll come back and pick up our stuff. So it really wasn't the best use of,
Yeah.
and it might be different for different
Yeah,
agencies,
it probably
different
is.
for the
Right.
people who are in. You know, I also came, when I came from Chicago, came with a very strong legislative connection. And so was able to really work with a lot of folks across, you know, from Chicago to here, working a lot with our colleagues because I am on the Executive Directors Council nationally. And so there really has not been anywhere that we have not been able to go through, to get through, be able to talk to our legislative folks. We've got an internal staff of legislative folks, Bev Bertzloff, who does a great job, and Andrew Bean, who's been with us now for 6 or 7 months, who's doing a great job on the research side. So I think we've built up our internal capacity to do it, and I think we're doing a good job.
How about the grants seeking, and it's maybe different for the MPO to use even the word grant, but you know, we found that the county legislative advocates have been helpful on project support. I think her name was Virginia years ago, served this organization. I thought as a board member, the policy work that she would communicate out of Washington was helpful to a board member, but I'm not pushing it. I just wanted to see if you still are in the same place on the grants, you know, grants writing and seeking. Do you feel, do we A, do that in that
Sure.
same capacity, and B, do you think we have capacity for it?
So we do have capacity for it. We've been very successful at it. Post lobbyists when we've been doing it ourselves. And I like how you want us to compare ourselves to other MPOs and such. And we just did this comparison last week. During the last, Bev, how many years did we look back for Columbus and for Cleveland? 5. So over the last 5 years, MORPC has received $6 million in federal grants that were discretionary. NOACA has received 39 million.
I was going to ask.
So
if you
I'd say
benchmark
we
that.
do pretty
Yep.
good.
Good. Well, again, it just, as we're talking about governance generally, those are the things that, at least from me, come up in my head is, you know, personnel compensation, contracts, and legislative advocacy, you know, so thanks for the indulgence.
Yeah. And I think, it's worthy to note, we've made a lot of changes in the organization to address exactly those things that you're talking about, but it never hurts to take another look at it.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. Thanks.
And through the chair, appreciate all those comments, Chris. I really do. I thank you so much for mentioning Lorraine. That's kind of like, whoa, way in the back, but we're still waiting for the first and third round draft picks. Okay. So if you're in Washington, guess them. Going to get something for us. But I just want to thank you for that. I do think looking at the committees and subcommittees and what they do and how they function is always a good thing to take a review at a certain point in time. We've done that in Lorraine County with our boards, just really a big pusher to make sure boards are functioning and doing what they're supposed to do with action. So anyway.
Excellent, excellent. Again, we've got time, so we can heap on some compliments here. To Executive Romaine, I have to say the trust that we've all worked to build amongst ourselves, the confidence that we have while you're in Washington. Not only are we cognizant that you're lobbying for your county, but our region, and those are the kind of values that are exponential, because that level of trust when we work as a cohesive unit, that is to our benefit.
Yeah.
So there is value in that. So for that, we say thank you.
No, I got one to eventually catch up with you on in Lake County, Commissioner. But, obviously MPOs, when you go into a US DOT office, they're on the staff's minds. They're aware, obviously, of NOACA and the work here, good work here. But I think, there is a lot of, to your point, Commissioner, there's a lot of regional discussion. Obviously, we wouldn't be here if we didn't agree with it, but Amtrak came up yesterday as a it was in kind of in passing. It wasn't the reason we were there, but it's on everybody's mind, and Ohio being such a, I don't know, a state that we cross through, and we are either going to double down on investment or not. But I just wanted to point that out because obviously that crisscrosses our counties, but Amtrak was hotly discussed.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, Ronnie, anything further you want to add, sir?
Sure. What I'm understanding is that there's 3 additional focus areas for 2024. The first one, review the orientation process for new board members and with I guess, a peer analysis. The second is onboarding process review. And the third is the review of the standing committees, their purpose and duties, things of that nature.
I think you've got it.
Okay, I would also add that when I first started here, one of the discussions I had with Director Galucci was about onboarding and how I've come with how we've done it at other MPOs. And one of the discussions I know that we have here is that we have the one-on-one presentation process that we actually go through, and we're wanting to, I guess, beef that up to make it, I guess, a bit more informative for new members as they come through, and also have a structured process for onboarding. So it's good that I'm looking at the onboarding process review as a focus area.
And Ronnie, I think it's fair to mention that when you brought up to me some of the experiences you've had with onboarding at other MPOs, and this was in the state of Florida, but the state of Florida had some statewide orientations for board members. We don't have that here in Ohio, but it's certainly something that OARC, which is our Ohio Association of Regional Councils, can consider, that maybe there is something that we can do statewide that will help board members of all the MPOs be more in line with orientation.
Yeah, exactly. For that, what Director Galucci is talking about is one of the things that we do is the MPOs, we have an MPO advisory council that represents all of the 27 MPOs in the state of Florida, where they contract with different organizations. We have one called CUTR, the Center for Urban Transportation Research. And they actually provide an onboarding process for new members, not only just for the MPOs that I work for, but for all of the 27 MPOs. And I've never heard anything negative from any of the new board members as far as what the information that's being presented. I think it's kind of on par with what we do with the one-on-one process, but this is at a statewide level. So.
And Ronnie and I discovered that we both worked at 2 different MPOs right next door to each other in Florida at the same time, but we did not know each other.
Proverbial small world.
Yes.
Ronnie, thank you as always. Anything for Ronnie? All right. Thank you again, sir. All right, moving on to presentations and discussion. Oh, I'm so sorry. Good golly, can't take me anywhere. I'm out of the chair for 5 minutes and I forget what to do. Okay, so with that, can I have a motion to approve? Thank you. May I have a second, please? Thank you. And discussion. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Thank you. The motion is carried. And Brenda, thank you. I'm telling you, she's the shadow government. Nothing happens until she writes it down. Okay, so now moving on to presentation and discussion items. There are none. Moving on to reports and updates. As of now, there are none. Moving on to old business. Do we have any old business? Yes, ma'am.
I have one, and then I know Nancy will comment on that as well. So we, in the fall of last year, made changes to our code of regulations to remove the chief of intergovernmental affairs from the city of Cleveland and to leave it as just the mayor of Cleveland as it was originally in the document. That has been ratified now by all 5 counties, so it is official. And I bring this up under old business because we did make that change in Article 4, which requires the ratification. And that was the main place that it now says, I mean, that's what it needed to say in that section. But there are some references to intergovernmental affairs chief in other parts of the document. And I wanted to bring that up so we could address it and legal counsel can help to determine how we address those other aspects now that we know that it has been approved.
A couple of perspectives. One, we are going to look at the code kind of globally and make a lot of edits. So outside of Article 4, the board has the ability to approve by resolution changes to the code. And those cleanup changes could easily be dealt with by that process. The challenge is our Article 4 and how tightly we have interpreted the ability to make any changes at all to Article 4. And frankly, I think Article 4 kind of needs some changes because there have historically been, since the last big rewrite, some inconsistencies between the language of Article 4, the language in the rest of the code, and how we actually operate, that just we could never get through the ratification process. So on the one hand, I think that changing the references to simply the mayor of Cleveland as opposed to mayor/intergovernmental affairs as it occurs throughout the code could be viewed as a simple administrative clerical change and just made. I can't imagine anyone complaining about that. On the other hand, maybe we do want to, since we are doing a global review of the code, make those changes with board approval and with ratification to the extent that we're doing anything with Article 4. So that's for the governance committee's discussion. I think both options are acceptable. But you know, we do, like I said, we do hold very tightly to the fact that we change nothing, even a comma, in Article 4 without the 5-county ratification.
And without the prosecutors from the counties weighing in on it.
Yeah.
So with that IT standard in mind, a simple administrative going through and making necessary edits does seem very reasonable. What is the flavor of the group?
If I can, it's, thank you.
Let's hear the new guy. This is like,
New guy.
this is where you get that fresh perspective.
It's, one, I am the alternate for the mayor in this case, so back up to the backup. My read of the code is that I'm only seeing a few references to mayor/chief of government international affairs. I'm actually not seeing it in Article 4. Would love if we could just like point to the exact subsection.
And yeah, and I don't, if we're lucky, there are none.
Oh, well then, maybe I misunderstood. If it's not in there, then
Well,
We're saying it's in the other sections,
got it.
right?
and honestly, I'm not sitting here with a red line of Article 4. I can leaf through while you continue to discuss.
I mean, hey, all about making the code more streamlined and clarifying. Was just more looking to, is anything going wrong because of the way it is? I'm looking at, for example, section 6.3 on the executive committee.
Mhm.
It says mayor/chief of government international affairs. Has
Right.
that been
So-
a problem?
That's what I'm asking. Now that we have ratified the actual Article 4 component, generally, I do not have the authority to just go through and make changes for the rest of the document. That has to go through board approval. And that's why I'm bringing it here to the governance committee to note that at this point, I've made the change that was ratified, but there are some other references that I haven't made. And, is that something that we want to go ahead and do, or do we want to wait? And that was probably some of the original thought, just wait until we do an overhaul of the document in those other sections.
No, and that makes total sense. The core of my question was like, what are the negative impacts of the way it is today? And because it has a slash there, it seems like it's fine. It sounds like we could just wait till we do an overall code
Correct.
rehaul.
Yeah, there's
Okay.
no harm in it.
That's the code, yeah.
The important part is the Article 4, and that's been changed.
Yeah, and I stand corrected. There are no additional references to mayor/governmental or international affairs. I can't remember the phrase, since it's deleted now from that part. There are no additional references in Article 4. So we really are just talking about the rest of the code where we could make an administrative change. But if we're reviewing the whole thing, maybe we do just make that as part of the resolution to correct and update other code language. With the caveat that I think we should also look at the items in Article 4 and determine whether they are important enough to send out to the counties for ratification, those things that never got changed or updated in the last process.
Yeah, that's my question. Did you have more in yours, Austin? I wanted to ask on that point. I mean, it sounds like just good governance to process this, that CEO and chair make recommendations to the governance committee, which makes recommendations to the board, and the board ratifies. Is what you're referencing though, Nancy, is there occasionally hold up at prosecutor's office? Is that, I guess,
I think we're just sensitive
Yeah.
to taking a
Yeah.
small change
Yeah.
that's not crucial to our functioning out for that process because it's timely, especially for Cuyahoga County's
right,
process. It's very
absolutely.
time-
I mean,
time-consuming.
I don't, well, I would only speak for us. If you follow that process of recommendation from CEO and chair to governance to board, and board decides at that moment how they're going to handle it, to me, a county official has the right and the wherewithal to refer to their own county prosecutor for legal counsel. We have a law department, we have a chief counsel and a prosecutor. So, I would find the right person to go to. If the effort is to kind of give the board the ultimate imprimatur on this, I think that's where it rests,
Yeah,
you know.
well, and
Yeah.
I think, if we're talking about kind of our aforementioned global review of the
Yeah.
code, some of the things in Article 4 may not be important enough to ask the question,
But
but
that
that's
global
for you to
review,
decide.
I think the global review at the right time, Chair, should happen in front of the board, but, maybe have a session on it and everybody wants to look into the details of it, look into it, but as
Mhm.
long as it goes through the board and gets
Oh,
approved
yeah.
at the board level.
Yeah, we would come here first for clarification and assistance on
Yeah.
questions, decisions on which way to go for, for especially those standing committee descriptions, and then go to the board for a full
Right.
discussion.
And
Absolutely.
then with legal counsel, I think conferring with our own legal counsels that we're not going in the wrong direction on something. Is good.
Mhm, mhm, Yeah.
I will say the experience over the last decade or so has been that we have had many times more rejections on ratification than we have had approvals. So that is why we're both sensitive and just very conservative on what it is that we need to change. If it needs to change, if there's something there, we'll do it, or we'll try to get it done. But if there's not and there's no harm, we leave that section alone.
So I believe the question that I think I heard was those references that have been, now, well, I'm going to say orphaned, my words, not necessarily a legal term, but orphaned because of that ratified action. Is that just a simple administrative act to just make those edits? Is there a desire to just clean those up now and be done with it, and then we can do more of a global?
Okay.
You got the short one,
I
don't
got
you?
that short
Good
one.
heavens.
I,
You want to trade seats?
no, I'm good. No, I'm good. I guess, so we've already, we've already made the change, right? So, with the, went out to all the counties and, we cleaned it up. So, whatever is easier, that's what I would think. I mean, do we want to make this any more cumbersome than it really needs to be? Seems to me that, we could probably make the administrative change. I don't want to do anything without board approval, but, do we need to make this more complicated than it really needs to be?
The intent is what I'm kind of focusing on. The intent of the board as a whole was, and it was ratified, so that's, again, met that extremely high standard. That's the only reason I'm asking is, this seems like a very easy one to just administratively deal with.
We're a slightly different government in Cuyahoga because of the executive and the charter with council. I'm looking back at the old business from committee and the change you needed or better or worse needed to go through a county council approval process, if I have that right. I mean, so I don't want to overstep that place in process that we have. I think my concern more has to do with making sure the board is aware at the whole board level of what changes are being made and, and where appropriate, they're weighing in on it. Would seem code changes would always be appropriate before the entirety of the board, my opinion. But I also go through this extra layer that is where appropriate, it appears through our county council.
Right, but we
Yeah.
don't have to do that
Yeah.
in the case, so we've already done that part.
Yeah.
Now it's just the changes throughout the rest of the document, which only need board approval.
Okay, and you, I mean, again, full circle, then my concern is just being your chair, Jeff, it would be just that it's appropriately vetted at the board level and, you know,
Well,
Even just this administrative change of conforming the reference to City of Cleveland's mayor to mayor as opposed to mayor slash international affairs, intergovernmental
I mean,
affairs.
I for one support that, but, support
But you
that.
still, I just want to clarify.
That's a
You're
good-
still
that'd be a
making
good
sure-
start. You know, I don't know. I think it just making sure everybody knows, you know, however that happens, you know, not that I. cross the
Yeah,
Ts.
I mean, I
So-
think it makes sense to, I would love to do it administratively, but because of all the sensitivities
Mhm.
around the document, I do think that it makes sense to go to the board. Now, to Nancy's point, why go to the board only with this? Why not go to them with some other administrative changes that need to happen as well?
right.
And
That's how we would agree. Just, there's no need for, if there's no harm in leaving it the way it is, then no need to bother the board with this administrative change until we're ready for bigger changes all at once.
But I'm gonna say this, it's like a little bit like when we start out as children, we're drinking milk. By the time you get up to meat, I think we might want to have that level of communication. Again, one of the things that's been pressed on my good governance, openness and transparency. Let's start maybe with those little baby steps. If there are gonna be administrative changes, maybe cause and effect. People can easily relate to this changed based on this high standard being met and these administrative functions. Chances are most of the people around that table are gonna say, why are you bothering me with this? So to that point, if, again, openness and transparency, maybe that this would, again, I look to legal. I don't think there's any harm in that 1 minute of time. It would be a brief, Jeff runs a tight meeting. I got you on that one, brother. That maybe that might not be such a bad idea. Just take this and say, hey, once this is, now that's all been ratified, our recommendation is we've got some administrative edits we'd like to make. Here they are. Approval, done. Is there any harm in doing that? And again, it starts that practice of getting people up to speed who we're, again, trying to bring on board as they start to see more and more information. Because the worst thing you do is saturate. I could give you numerous examples of information overload and people just stop paying attention.
It's
A good exercise?
Commissioner, you have more experience on that overall board than I do, so if it feels like the right path, happy to concur. I will say we've spent 20 minutes on this administrative change here, and that does not give me hope for the next round.
But that actually, though, is a good exercise, and it's, you know, again, we're not running the clock out, but.
Right. We have the time, but point well taken, but it is probably the right thing to do with the governance committee to spend a little more time and then get to a short, brief recommendation. Yeah, I think you're right, Commissioner, maybe, and CEO, just to let the board know as things are, to your point, cross the T, dot the I's, if you're good with it, Chair.
Well, it sounds to me like there are probably some other administrative changes that are on the radar that maybe we could do at the same time, right? And then if that is the case, you know, then it should absolutely go
So I guess
through the
it's my
board.
Confusion, are we saying we want to wait for everything or just do the little conforming change for City of Cleveland in March?
I
and
really
then do
think
the-
baby steps. Let's do one thing at a time, because every time we try to tackle these big things, this is such an obvious, a reasonable person looking at this would say, you made this, it was ratified. This is an administrative change, cause and effect. The high standard was met here. I don't want to, I'm personally speaking, because when I'm not sitting in front of this microphone, I'm going to be advocating of, can we please have common sense? Can we please have reasonable person standards? So I'm saying this is a perfect example of a high standard being met and an administrative effect. Let's just fix it. And it gets everybody conditioned to, hey, we're working together, we're communicating. Again, openness and transparency, that's been really laid on my heart, and I'm embracing that one. So this could be a good exercise to do something so simple. That's all I'm asking. If that's not the will of the group, I get it. But I think this is a perfect example. We'll do something small, and then we can start scaling up.
And I
Again,
would
it builds
support-
trust.
I would support that based on our history of revisions to the code. Sometimes we can't get the simple stuff done at all because there's something more complicated stuck in there. So if we can, if it does just take a minute at the March board meeting, perhaps what you're asking for is a motion to take the conforming changes resulting from the ratified change to Article 4 to the board in March.
So moved.
Why don't we do that?
Thank you,
Yeah.
sir. Do I have a second?
Seconded.
Thank you. Discussion?
Just that I believe this is the best way of doing it also. I agree. I think also when you do that, identify those parts of the code. How many times have you read the code in the last year? Okay, so this is probably the third time I've gone through it. Okay, so I'm just thinking about all the other members on the board. This is going to be something brought to their attention. And if you just do it just like you normally would, but this is this item, this is in number 6-3, boom, show it. We're going to change this, we're going to change this, we're going to change this. And I'm sure because we've heard this here, I'm sure we'll get a so moved from we'll get a second, we'll get through the discussion quick with the governance board here, being here and in agreement. So I think that's the best move, real quick.
Excellent. Thank you. Further discussion? None being heard. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is approved. All right. Do we have any further old business? Any further old business? Moving on to new business. Do we have any new business coming before us? Any new business? All right. Hearing and seeing none, may I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Very good. We stand adjourned. Thank you all.
Yeah, good discussion.
Well, what else were we gonna do?
Really have to get a picture. It's so nice to.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation. All right, in compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that members shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into a microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the gray button on top of them. They are on when the light is blue. All right. So we've got minutes to consider from our last executive committee meeting, which was from November the 3rd, 2023. And the chair will entertain a motion to approve. All right, thank you, John. Can I have a second, please?
Second, sir.
All righty, thank you, John. Any discussion on the minutes? All right, if not, then all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, anyone opposed? All right, then the minutes from November are approved. Thank you. We've also got minutes from the December 22nd meeting from last year. Chair will entertain a motion to approve those minutes. Thank you, John. Thank you. Can I have a second, please? Thank you, Austin. Any discussion on the minutes from December? All right, if not, then all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? No. All right. Motion passes. The minutes from the December meeting are passed. All right. And we also have minutes from the January 5th meeting from this year. The chair will entertain a motion to approve those minutes. Thank you, John. Can I have a second, please?
Second, sir.
All right. Thank you, John. Any discussion on the January 5th meeting minutes? All right. If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? No? Okay, then the minutes from the January 5th, 2024 meeting are approved. Public comment. Do we have anyone signed in to speak today? All right, we do not. Thank you, Brenda. All right, then we will move on to the chair's report. And Grace, do you have anything today for the executive committee?
Just for the record that we have a legislative meet and greet for NOACA on March 8th. So that is to meet our state delegation. And then also for the record that we had our audit exit conference today, and we received an unmodified opinion and no management comments, which means that not only did we get a clean audit, but it was a perfect audit. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, that's wonderful. Very good news. Thank you. Okay, under action items today, we're going to be taking a look at the regional strategy for coordinating funding opportunities for this year. And Grace and Leah, you've got this one for us today?
Sure. So as you know, we have adopted a IIJA strategy, which we did talk about even at the last meeting. And we do offer the opportunity on a quarterly basis to amend it. And that is what we are here to do today. And I will turn it over to Leah Telepak, who has been the project manager of the IIJA strategy since its inception. Leah?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Grace. Today, we're coming to you for the request that the Executive Committee place the following item on the Board of Directors agenda for March 8th, 2024. The Regional Strategy for Coordinating Funding Opportunities, and there's no previous action on this item. Some background, as you know, we came up with guidance for the regional strategy that the board approved on September 8th, 2023. And the guidance for updating the strategy offers a structured, flexible process similar to our TIP process when and if a community proposes an update to the strategy, and ensures equitable practices to implementing and updating the strategy. When updating the strategy, we will look at it annually, of course. A community may also propose an update by submitting a form that's on our IIJA webpage. And if an update to the strategy is necessary between these times, NOACA will coordinate in alignment with Resolution 2023-018. So these are the updates that we have, this slide and the next slide. Just a few projects, one from ODOT. We have 4 from Cuyahoga County, 2 from Cleveland Metro Parks, and 5 from the City of Cleveland. And these, you can look at these on your in your packet. The first attachment will have blue and purple font, and there's a key at the top there, which will give explanation to what those updates were that were requested by those entities. And then the next attachment is no markup, just all black to show what it looks like now with those updates. Next steps are to present 2024 updates to the NOACA board on March 8th and continued implementation with communities and partners. Thank you. Oh, sorry, request for action. I have to read it. Okay, sorry. Request that the Executive Committee place the following item on the Board of Directors agenda for March 8th. Regional Strategy for Coordinating Funding Opportunities Update.
All right, very good. Thank you, Leah. Any comments, questions from the committee regarding Leah's presentation here?
Chair and the CEO and Leah, when we say three corridor applications for Amtrak, what is the 3/4? Is it?
Yeah, so the 3 corridors are Chicago to Cleveland, Cleveland to Buffalo through New York, and Cleveland to Washington DC through Pittsburgh.
So all segments, okay. Can I ask, like, follow-up is, we've talked about this before, but thoughts on the 3C plus D and how that plays into all this?
I mean, the 3C plus D is a route that we did support. It is a new route. We feel stronger about the existing routes because they do already exist. The cost to bring them up to a more relevant operations plan is less expensive than building something new. Also, we feel that the positioning of Cleveland between Chicago and the East Coast is perfect. And so that really helps us to bolster our position economically. And the other reason we really favor those 3 is that when you look at the 3C plus D and all of the political and financial support that it's going to need, it seems to make more sense to get people used to the improvements on the existing lines, get them to be more supportive of passenger rail in general, and then hope that they will be more supportive of the 3C plus D in terms of bringing it to fruition.
Is just on the point, I don't disagree with the 3 corridor. I think it's great, the aspiration. My question is there a vehicle for further exchange on the 3CD? And part of my passion for this is I personally think we missed the boat back in 2007, when we just didn't make the upgrades that today could have rail on the tracks connecting those cities. But I've been if I'm not mistaken, I say this because if you think otherwise, I think it's been neat to see the governor's office actually supporting the 3CD, this governor, unlike a couple of governors ago. And with that, I'm curious even of our own ODOT member of the board, how they feel about this, but just would want to just state for the record from Cuyahoga County, at least from the executive here, that I think we'd be kind of missing an opportunity given the enthusiasm I'm feeling from some of our Columbus partners to not further the 3CD down the field as well. I understand if there's a mutual exclusivity to these two projects, I get that point of view, but I feel like it's Ohio's time.
There isn't currently a mutual exclusivity because we were competing for the corridor ID. They were selected, we were not. And so again, we gave letters of support for the project. We were supportive of it. We remain supportive of it. It's just that if given the choice, we would prefer the other, but we do believe it is extremely valuable to connect the 3C plus D.
I won't further belabor it. I think if given the choice, the question is, does it have to be a zero-sum choice between two good projects? And just feeling some enthusiasm down south I never want to ignore Columbus's, particularly the governor's office enthusiasm, because we didn't have it, a few administrations ago. We have it now in the spirit of trying to support that enthusiasm. I just think continuing to look at and advocate for a 3CD in addition to the east-west three corridors.
And I think the reason it is, on the IIJA strategy the way it is because those three corridors do belong to us in terms of the application process, where the 3C plus D belongs to the ORDC, the governor's office, and that's the only reason to distinguish the two.
Okay. I'll just note for the minutes, we're supportive from Cuyahoga County on both 3CD as well. And it sounds like you have been too. It's just,
We have been,
yeah,
we wrote
yeah.
letters of support. We've advocated for them, absolutely.
I just want to see, continue to.
Would have liked to have seen all of them.
Yeah, if it makes this list, then it's a little higher level of support. And I guess what I'm saying is want to be as supportive as can be for 3CD, because these chances, as we've learned, only come every 20 years,
Maybe a better way to make you feel more comfortable about this is because we are not the project sponsor of that, it couldn't make this list. This is only a list that includes project sponsors within our region.
But well, I won't belabor it. Could we co-sponsor is to be, with our partners in Columbus?
So the ORDC is the sponsor.
Yeah.
And they are already, I guess, partnering with Cleveland, Columbus, and Cincinnati, the MPOs, as well as others to do the work.
Okay.
But one more point, these are applications still to be executed. Theirs has already been won, so there's no reason for them to be on it at this point in time. Now, certainly, after they finish the feasibility study and if they want to move to the next steps, then we would want to make sure that we support them in that.
Yeah, let's keep on keeping on with support.
Absolutely.
I think, as we were discussing offline earlier, just even the location of stations and what happens in the future with this east, west, north, south connector, I feel passionately that it's our time. So in Ohio, thank you.
All right, very good. Thank you, Executive Renane. Any other comments regarding Leah's presentation from the committee? All right, they've asked us to consider the motion here. So the chair will entertain a motion.
So move, sir.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Can I have a second, please? All right, thank you, John. Any further discussion on the motion? All right, then if not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? All right, then the motion passes. Very good, thank you. We'll move on next here to the state fiscal year 2025 overall work program and budget. Grace, looks like you've got this one, and then Deb and Ronnie.
Yes,
Okay.
I will give an introduction. The overall work program and budget represents NOACA's annual staff work, and it takes those items and translates them into their budgetary implications. It is equivalent to a unified planning work program at the national level, and it's consistent with federal and state regs. This is really taking NOACA's goals and the board's strategic direction from its regional strategic plan and ensuring that annually we are taking the steps and we are producing the outputs that need to be produced in order to achieve the vision and the goals. I have Ronnie Blackshear, who is our Deputy Director of Policy and Compliance, to present the OWP portion of the presentation. And then Deb Wardall, who is our Director of Finance, will present the budgetary component. Ronnie?
Thank you, Grace. For the record, Ronnie Blackshear, NOACA staff. The action requested here is to recommend this item to the, excuse me, the Executive Committee for placement on the March 2024 Board of Directors agenda, approval of the NOACA State Fiscal Year 2025 Overall Work Program and Budget. Previous action is the current year OWP, which is the fiscal year 2024, was approved by the board in March of 2023 and amended by the board in September of 2023. The OWP highlights, it's a federally required document. It's developed annually, serves as the agency's budget and guide for transportation and environmental planning work. It includes detailed descriptions of transportation and environmental tasks, work elements, and a summary of the budget used to fund these planning activities. The overall work program is composed of new initiatives, ongoing activities, framework for the long-range plan implementation, and also the budget. August through December is generally when the work begins on the OWP and budget. February 2nd, which is today, we're at the Finance and Audit portion. The OWP budget portion was presented at the Finance and Audit Committee earlier for review. The draft of the OWP budget. March 8th is the draft, which is due to ODOT, FTA, and FHWA, which is coincidence the same day that the board will vote on the OWP board action, which is March 8th. Final OWP is due on May 3rd to ODOT, FTA, and FHWA. The divisions of the work program activities include the executive strategic planning, programming, strategic and environmental planning, transportation planning and engineering, and public affairs. I'll go through each of the divisions. I won't read each of these items, but these are the tasks that are assigned to each of the divisions and what makes up the OWP and their track with budget items too. For instance, in the programming division, managing the state fiscal year 24 through 27 TIP, the Lex Scenic Byway Plan, developed the state fiscal year 2026 through 2029 Transportation Improvement Program, monitor capital program performance measures, complete the Regional Electric Vehicle Charging Stations Program, submit an annual completion report, administer the 5310 Enhanced Mobility for Seniors and Individuals with Disabilities Program, and provide mobility management resources through the Go Ohio Commute platform. Under strategic and environmental planning, some of the tasks that are assigned to them is to prepare air quality index, public forecasts, alerts, and messaging, adapt air quality programs to increase engagement opportunities, manage NOACA's regional climate action planning and climate pollution reduction activities, incorporate critical sewer area data into water quality planning. Continuing on with the strategic and environmental planning, review wastewater treatment plans for consistency with the Clean Water 2020 plan, develop and monitor performance measures and targets, produce freight hub study and technical reports, research and policy analysis that support compliance and beneficial policy and legislative outcomes consistent with regional planning priorities. Under transportation, Planning and engineering, the transportation engineering section, manage implementation of the NOACA EV stations program, develop community safety reports, update and maintain the NOACA regional intelligent transportation system architecture, evaluate and implement the 2020 through 2030 congestion management plan, and update the regional freight plan. Under the Transportation Modeling Division of TPE, provide technical assistance and analysis in response to internal and external requests utilizing NOACA's trip-based travel forecasting models, manage the annual traffic count program, complete the household travel survey, update and maintain NOACA's GIS portal, and implement GIS data analysis and mapping requests. Under the transportation section of the TP, Transportation Planning Engineering, manage the Regional Metro Parks Trail Connectivity Study, maintain and update the NOACA Activate Plan, determine potential cycling demand of roadway segments using the NOACA Traveling Forecast Model, update the NOACA Transit Oriented Development Plan. Under Public Affairs, develop and implement communication and marketing strategies to increase awareness, understanding, and support of NOACA's vision, mission, and goals. Create reports that analyze public policy related to planning priorities of the region in support of outcomes consistent with the planning goals and objectives of NOACA and the region. And plan, develop, and implement a public affairs agenda and priorities that articulate and advocate NOACA's regional planning and policy development goals. Under the Executive Strategic Planning Division, ensure compliance and complete reporting related to environmental justice and Title VI of the Civil Rights Act. Manage and maintain the Comprehensive Development Strategy, or CEDS. Now I'll turn it over to Deb for the fiscal year 2025 budget highlights.
I think it's almost afternoon. I am Deborah Wardell, the Finance Director here at NOACA. Some background information on the 2025 OWP budget. Estimated operating budget for 25 is roughly 12.5 million compared to 24, which was 16.7 million. The pass-through funding is a total of 6 million, which is made up between TLCIs, the 5310 program, and the Brownfield RLF. A couple assumptions made in the budget is that the staffing remains at 47 full-time employees. There's a 3% increase budgeted for merit raises, and there was an 8% health insurance increase that actually began at the end of this fiscal year 24 that will carry over into 25. If you compare fiscal year 2024 to 2025 expenditures, some of the items you might want to note, there's a difference between occupancy and equipment costs and an anticipated difference in contractual services. Those are the two largest changes.
Okay, the action is to recommend this item to the Executive Committee for placement on the March 2024 Board of Directors agenda. That is the approval of the NOACA State Fiscal Year 2025 overall work program and budget. And I'll stand for questions.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Ronnie, Deb, and Grace. Any questions from the committee before we get into considering the motion here? A lot of information, a lot of good stuff. Yes, please.
Mr. Royne, could you turn on your mic?
I was going to ask on the TLCI work, if a mayor or anybody else, a public agency wants to commission a TLCI or apply for one, how do they go about interfacing with you? And I say that from two perspectives. Are we taking them in now, or are we at a capacity where we're not? And I can give you the specific example. It's something on the west side.
So we have a $2 million annual program and we have annual solicitations.
Okay.
Our policy states that we cannot spend more than $500,000 on planning studies. And the remainder of it must go to implementation projects. And this past year, we were at capacity with the planning projects. So we only accepted the implementation. We do anticipate another round of coming out soon, and that would be for the planning cycle.
You think that's coming up in 24, this calendar year, or 20?
We're looking at, yes, we are looking at having some additional funds perhaps. And if
Okay.
we have additional funds, then we will be able to do that in 24.
Okay.
If not, then we will be doing it in August of 25.
Okay, thank you. And then just two other quick ones. The work on coordinating with Ohio EPA on reducing nutrient pollution. Can you just expound on that a little bit? Because I just think it's really important. It's a place where counties can sort of, I think, come together and talk about shared opportunities to keep the water clean. But I've always thought this is too much of an us-them with farming and non-farming community. And if we can get to we, hopefully. So I'm curious how you set up the forum for this dialogue.
Well, much of the work that we do under water quality is delegated to us from Ohio EPA. We do work in partnership with the other area wides in Ohio. There are 8 of us. So there could be some work that is done in that regard. But if you're talking about locally in our region, I would say that we act as a facilitator for many things. We act as a collaborator for many work outputs. I might liken it to we have a working group that meets quarterly on FPA boundaries. We currently have 39 designated management agencies, with the sewer district, Northeast Ohio area-wide sewer district being one of them. And so with the other 38, we come together and we meet on things that we have in common, things that we perhaps could consolidate, improvements. So there might be an opportunity like that where we could do that more closely with the points that you just referenced.
I don't want to belabor it. I just thought, looking around at commissioners, I think we probably all share this opportunity to have a closer dialogue without it being so, I don't know, combative.
We can certainly look at that and look at taking
Yeah.
that, the example of the FPA boundaries working group and looking to establish something. And if not a working group, maybe a forum, maybe a workshop.
I'm glad to hear you said NARSD is involved in that, so.
Yep.
Last thing, just on a point of understanding on staffing, is 47 positions authorized. What's the current FTE relative to that 47?
So first I'll start with the 47 is the authorized position. We have never had 47. I believe the highest we've ever had, I think, is 44. So we always budget a 2 to 5 person vacancy factor. Right now, I believe we have 39 bodies. And those 39 bodies, there's a couple of them that are part-time, but they work pretty close to full-time.
Thank you.
Sure.
Very good. Executive Ronayne. Yes, John, please.
Yeah, so I received this yesterday because it wasn't out until yesterday. I was looking for it the day before only because I needed time to go through the OWP, probably because of last year and what the things that occurred there. So going through this, so you're talking a little bit on the 47. I do see a lot of vacancies, especially in the transportation areas, and how you're, maybe one deep and some that have to, produce for the OWP to make that, a completed item for what they're doing. And it really puts a workload on the singles and just maybe a couple people. So looking at those levels of vacancies, especially transportation, which is the number one item for NOACA as an MPO. Another.
Can I address that?
Yeah, yes, please.
Yeah, so we do recognize that we have some vacancies, particularly in the transportation area. It is an area that is very specialized, so often hard to find people to fit into those positions. That being said, what we try to do is make up for it with consultants. So the number that I gave you before of 39 bodies, those are people actually working in this office. I then also have 4 contractors that work for us that give us part-time assistance. And we are currently developing an RFP and ready to put it out on the street for a on-call consultant for engineering services that would be able to assist us where we have vacancies. And so we would hire a couple of firms to be on call to deal with that specific issue of vacancy.
Another item is 6671 ride share. I mean, it's very important in Lorraine County. I mean, we have great needs for ride share, I believe, as many people do live in Lorraine County and have jobs in Cuyahoga. And so it's just the need for that, but they see a reduction in that by 30,000. I'm just wondering why it's reduced this year.
It's a very good question. That detail I am not aware of, so I will ask my staff to address that. And I see I have no takers from staff, so I will try to address it myself, and then maybe they can tell me if I'm right or if I'm wrong. But it may simply be that there's a vacancy factor in staff. So I know we are down 1 position in that unit, and it may be simply carrying that to its logical budgetary impact. Another reason maybe, which is related, we have hired some folks in that area that are planner ones as opposed to senior planners that oftentimes make a difference in salary. But Joe has stepped up perhaps to better clarify.
Yeah, I think Grace, you've captured it adequately. The work of 6671 falls under 3 different divisions. So that's why nobody jumped up right away, because we all collaborate on that work.
Oh, good
Actually,
answer.
It's actually 4. You have programming, you have my division, which is strategic and environmental planning, you have public affairs. We also work with transportation planning engineering because you have the van pool program, you have the Go How commute platform, you have Go How mobility, you have outreach and education for the Commuter Choice Awards program and all of our different challenges to encourage people to consider alternative transportation. But Grace is correct. We have replace some folks, but with lower level staff. So that's going to affect salary and benefits. We also are looking to fill in some of that work. We don't have a manager of environmental planning at the moment. That person would take on some of that responsibility. So that could explain the difference.
Well, that was an education as far as how they collaborate here, which is very good to hear. Thank you for that. Another item was 6102. I see the reduction this year. I see it's reduced down to 142. Last year it was over $1 million. I think that's the 1 million in grants.
What page
That
is this? Or
is
what?
this is, oh my, I have no page numbers on this. I'd have to dial it up.
What is the
But it's
project
under
number?
Strategic and Environmental Planning Division. So that would be Dr. McDonald still.
Yes, so Joe, come back up.
I thought since he was up there and I was talking, he might hang around.
No chance.
As I know, but we have such a great conversation going every once in a while. Yeah, on the climate action plan 6102, the reduction in budget for that. What's the causes of that? Is grant money going to be carried over, or what may happen with that?
So I can speak to a few changes that will occur going into the next fiscal year. One is that we will have spent our generous support from the Cleveland Foundation and the Gunn Foundation. So that is no longer part of the budget. We will still have the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant Program Planning Grant from US EPA. That $1 million, that whole program is through 2027. How it falls in the budget, we haven't spent any of that money yet because the work we've been doing has been funded by the Gund and Cleveland Foundation money, and then staff time through our air quality funds with CMAQ. Yes, that would be nice from the finance director.
So a portion of that grant that Joe just mentioned is included in the carryover funds. So it would be, a portion of it would be encumbered, and therefore it's not new revenue coming into and would not be allocated into those projects for fiscal year 25. It's already encumbered, correct, and carried over.
Thank you. Very good.
If I may, I'd like to apologize to Mr. Gall. I do recognize that it would have been better to have the report done earlier in the week. I just wanted to remind folks that this meeting was actually originally planned for next Friday. And so we were planning on having the report ready for next Friday. And so we were able to get it out a couple of days earlier than our original plan, but unfortunately, not in enough time for you to really review it the way you would have liked to.
Yeah, I saw the 31st, and so I was waiting all day and so, and then I was away on yesterday, so that's why I was
Yeah,
just.
we put it up, I think,
just-
Wednesday night, late Wednesday.
All right. Any other questions? Yes, Austin, please.
Thank you. No, and through the chair, Grace, great context for why it was up last night. We were wondering kind of the same.
Okay.
I know, and being cognizant of all the comments that came in last year and the tight timeline here, is there a process, or should we talk about a process for getting more board input to the plan? And then maybe what I'm really envisioning is like something like the federal rulemaking process where input's received and then either added or responded to if it can't be added. Is there any appetite for something like that?
So we did present it to the Planning and Programming Committee. So the budget has, or it's the overall work program and then the budget. So we break that up into two. The OWP went to the Planning and Programming, so all of the different projects and programs were presented to them. What was not presented to them, because it still was being developed, which was presented then to the Finance Committee, were the specifics of the financial implications of those programs, projects, and strategies. And so we did get concurrence and recommendation from the Planning and Programming to move forward with these projects, programs, et cetera. And then the Finance Committee this morning recommended the budget to support that. It is, however, based on the process open now for public comment. And so there is an opportunity for people to comment. Usually there's not much comment. Much of what we do is federally required. So there's not a whole lot of latitude in how we do some of these things. But it is open for public comment now, which would allow anyone to give us comments.
I love that. And maybe just to, sidetrack on the public comments for a moment, would love to see a list of all the public comments that are received at the end. I'm just kind of curious what the public, were I a civilian member of the public, I don't know if I'd have comments, but I am very curious about what folks who do have comments have to say.
Yeah, generally we don't receive any. Last year, however, we received a lot. We
Sure.
received a lot on the climate action plan.
Well, and that's, I think what I'm really thinking of is my understanding is on March 8th is the next full board meeting where there's a vote on this work plan. Last year, a whole bunch of last minute edits and discussions were being had. Is there a way to sort of process those efforts so that we don't have any last minute, panicked emails and late night stuff? My suggestion is that we create in 2 or 3 weeks time, like a hard stop for any full board input. And then we have a discussion about the way that the staff has responded to that input at a March 8th meeting, something like that.
We have 30 days for the public comment. That is the hard stop.
Okay.
So we could try and make sure that we send things out in advance, so people can have that. Again, it's typically not something that that folks have that much comment on, but nevertheless, it is important if they do that we capture that and that we debate it properly and that we include it as appropriate.
Yeah, and I guess I'm distinguishing between public comment and board comment. Maybe, is that not a meaningful distinguishment for you? It's all public, I guess.
It's all public at this point. As I said, the board comment was after the Planning and Programming Committee or during the Finance and Audit, but certainly all comments are taken. Last year, the comments included from the general public, they included from board members, they included from elected officials. They were all over the place last year, and we'll see. Unfortunately, the timing is such that this really is not due until May, but because we don't have a board meeting until June, we're sort of stuck presenting it at the March meeting. That being said, if there were really some issue, it could still be, we could have a special meeting, or we could do something different that would allow us to be able to present it in a way that satisfies all the parties.
And that makes sense. So all comments then would be due 30 days from
Today.
today?
Yeah, well, February 1st. Yes.
So March 1st? March
I think
2nd?
that's March 1st, yeah.
Okay.
'Cause we have a leap year this year, yep.
That's right. And then if everything is due, I guess, on that March 1st day, we're not expecting lots of comments, but stuff happens like last year.
Right.
We're doing a full board vote on the final work plan, which should presumably take into account all those comments the following, like 7 days later.
Correct.
Is that enough time for, folks to process any changes that were made? That's what I'm getting at. I understand that
Generally
we're on
speaking, it
calendars.
has been.
Okay.
Last year was unique, and it was very, very difficult, and we had to have several follow-up meetings. And those, of course, are not things that we relish. That being said, if we find ourselves in a position where there are more comments, then we may, I will talk to the president, and we may defer it to a different meeting. That's, I think, the best answer that I can give you, but I'm assuming that this year we've cleaned up a lot of the issues that were concerns last year, and we're on a good path with the climate action plan. So I don't anticipate any comments on that, and most everything else are projects that we've already had and moving forward with.
But I totally agree. I think we're envisioning the same future. I might suggest then that if we're getting a number of comments, maybe there's a digest circulated to the executive committee or a certain board of those comments on a weekly basis, just so we can start to prepare ourselves instead of
Great idea.
rushing
Sure.
at the end.
Yeah, last year we provided them at the end of the process, but we
Right.
can certainly do that earlier. If they start coming in, we can do that on a weekly basis. And
Try not to rush at the end,
yeah,
which is what it felt. I mean, we know.
part of it is that we begin the process in December when ODOT gives us their overall guidelines and their parameters. And so because of the schedule and how they need it returned and how FHWA needs it returned, we are just in an awkward place, and we try to do the best that we can.
And I just want to say, Chair, I appreciate this exchange. I definitely support what Mr. Davis said about just timing and trying to make sure people are apprised. Appreciate the CEO's reaction to it too, that we can get out there. I don't know if the External Affairs Committee helps in that regard, but you can only get so many places, in a period of time. But as long as each county is satisfied with, and their affiliate townships and cities, I think just making sure there's a stacked hand county by county to get to here, it helps, and appreciate the work of the public interface too. I'm just thinking of my own county and just kind of understanding use an example, Detroit Superior Bridge, Veterans Memorial Bridge. If we go from 24 to 25, how do we get there and stack hands on it and go? That moved 1 year back just as an example, but to make sure our team internally is talking to your team on staff to staff.
Sure.
It would seem if we can outreach however many days in advance to make sure that everybody's in accord, so we're not rushing a vote. I
Yeah, and
support your comments.
I think they're
Yeah.
great comments, and
Yeah.
thank you for yours as well.
Yep.
To make that maybe a little bit easier to digest, the only thing that we're talking about with this OWP and budget is our quote-unquote operating side. The capital side, which would be the Detroit Superior Bridge and others, we deal with in the TIP, and we deal with in the long-range plan and the IIJA strategy. That is not part of this, other than general staff support, which most of the times is in projects such as modeling.
Got it. Okay. Well, I think as much outreach as we can do on operating and capital, all the better. So, thanks.
Very good. All right. Great discussion. Are we set? Any other comments here? Yes, Commissioner.
Clarification questions for Grace, if I may.
Absolutely.
So Grace, we you know, capacity has been a hot topic around here. I just wanted to, in this context, the capacity that was discussed was monetary, not staffing. It was there's a certain number of dollars and cents allocated, and once those dollars are committed, that was our financial capacity in that category.
That is correct.
Okay, okay. And then I want to thank the staff, because as they went through and described, I'm going to say the team. I've often referred to it as the NOACA family, but we'll say team for this conversation. It really clicked that. So when I see one person in a position, that's not necessarily reflective of the team. So if there's one person in a category that could have two, but the overall team is covering
Right.
all
If
the
you,
work.
yeah, the way we listed in the OWP, under each project, there's a project manager, and that person's name is usually there. If it's vacant, it says that it's vacant. And then we have the project team, and there's usually 3 or 4 names there. Again, if there's any vacancies, we say that they're vacant, but that detail is included in the document.
So there needs to be a thorough understanding of what it is that you're reading. As I said earlier, in a previous meeting, what would a reasonable reader conclude? Some of this is kind of nuanced. You do have to actually understand the subject matter, which goes back to our earlier discussion about NOACA 101 and the training and bringing people up to speed, because we are talking about a number of very technical things that the plain meaning of something may not actually mean the application here. So I just wanted to make sure I had my arms around that. So thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. President.
Good. Thank you, Commissioner. All right. Any other comments? Then we'll consider the motion here. Okay. All right. So then the chair will entertain a motion regarding this action item here.
Actually, I think we've already done that. We didn't do that?
Not this one. I don't think this one.
Oh, I stand corrected. My
So
apologies.
moved.
All right. Thank
Yeah,
you,
I'll give you a
Attorney
second
Davis.
then.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. We have a second over here. Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? No. Okay. The motion passes. Thank you. Okay. All right. Next, we're going to be discussing the agenda for the March 8th meeting. This will be the board meeting. Grace will cover the recommended action items, which have been vetted by other committees for placement on the March 8th, 2024 board meeting agenda as a group. Then we will take a single action on them unless a motion is made to separate and act individually on one or more of the items. So we'll begin with the Finance and Audit Committee.
Yep, thank you. So these items have already been recommended by the Audit and Finance Committee this morning. The first is the Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund recommendations for amendment to loans and subgrants, terms and conditions. And this proposed resolution is looking to amend the one that was approved in December of 2023. And essentially, the applicants do include private entities, and we find ourselves in a position to evaluate our first private entity this quarter, and recognizing that our financial advisor does need a little bit more time and energy spent on that process. So we are recommending that the fees associated with the loans be increased from $1,000 to $2,000 or 0.5%, whichever is lower, in order to support the private sector component of the evaluation. And again, this would only apply to private sector projects. Public sector projects like the $500,000 that we just awarded to the city of Middleburg Heights would stay at that $1,000 level. Any questions or comments?
What's the total pool, or is it as far as you can go?
So currently the total pool is $1 million. We've given away $500,000 of it. The next item I'm about to introduce to you will give away another $300,000. But because we are moving along very well, we are eligible now to apply for more and to get more seed funds, which we will be doing. The next item is the Brownfield Revolving Loan Fund recommendations for funding. And this is for a project by NREUV, which is a private company. And the project revolves around MLK Plaza at 9300 Wade Park. It's nearly 5 acres. The planned reuse is affordable multifamily housing with ground floor retailing. They're requesting $300,000 for asbestos remediation prior to their demolition. They have a total cost of $500,000 for remediation, and the expected job creation is 150 to 300 temporary jobs and then 25 to 30 permanent jobs. And so the Brownfield Steering Committee is responsible for making these recommendations. We discussed the project and there was support for the loan. However, there was no quorum at that time. So this is contingent on a quorum vote with a special Brownfield Steering Committee to come before the board meeting. Any questions?
I just want to, I don't know if you were able to identify the principal of NREUV. Is it Dr. Gina Merritt?
It is Dr.
Okay,
Gina Merritt,
thanks.
yes. Okay, next we have the Ohio DAS Cooperative Purchasing Program. This is something that the Department of Administrative Services offers to other governmental agencies, which allows us then to procure certain items such as supplies, services, equipment, and materials through their already procured vendors, which offers us some efficiency and competitive market pricing. And this is just something very simple and routine for us to take to the board. Any questions? Along with that, a companion piece of legislation that we are requesting is the ODOT Cooperative Purchasing Program. And so with the ODOT Cooperative Purchasing Program, there too, ODOT has a list of approved vendors in contracts that have been executed by ODOT, which allows us to buy things like machinery, materials, supplies, and other articles. And this item is renewed every 2 years. And we are also looking forward to continuing the opportunity to buy off of this contract for efficiencies and competitiveness. Any questions? Okay, then moving along for request for additional NOACA funding to address project cost increase. So this item, we did start out reviewing the projects, the projects that oh, that a quick trigger, like my garage door opener. I either don't push it hard enough or I can push it. Never seems to go straight. So we had 2 projects and there were questions about one of them. So they were bifurcated this morning at the Finance and Audit Committee meeting. The only one we are recommending for the Executive Committee today is the Clegg Road, the first one, the road rehabilitation, which then gives an $89,000 increase of NOACA funding to that project. The other one, there were questions about the project, total project cost and the increase in that project cost. And so they will be gathering some more information and bringing that back to the May Finance and Audit Committee meeting. Which apparently does not impact the project because it is not expected that bids would be received until July, I think we were told. So any questions? Then the next.
Is the Clegg, sorry, is the Clegg Road, is that in Westlake, Bay Village, North Olmsted, or any, I'm missing, are they in all the above?
That's a North Olmsted.
Is it North Olmsted?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I did a study on it because I saw it. I said, oh, I'm gonna look at this. 0.9 mile corridor. They're doing some 16-inch sewer pipe right now. It's a huge project and it's for safety. There's too many accidents down that road. So anyhow, it was just an interesting study on Clegg Road. I've never taken it there, but I'm never gonna go there until they get it fixed. So.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Have I mentioned we have vacancies? No, I know. You've done your homework. I'm impressed.
Yeah.
Yes. Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is authorization to execute a state infrastructure bank loan for Cuyahoga County's Rockside Road bridges. This item is somewhat new and somewhat routine. Routinely over the last decade, we have issued SIB loans for major projects. We currently, I believe, in the last decade have issued 8 of them for $63 million. And this SIB program is through ODOT, and the loan agreement is between ODOT, the project sponsor, and NOACA. And the requirements include certified resolutions from each party. In this particular case, the total cost is $21 million for the projects. And NOACA's component of that is $14.4 million. So that is the piece that we are seeking the loan for. And it will be an 11-year loan, 1 year interest-free, and then 10 years of amortization. We have 0% for the first 12 months, 3% thereafter, and the repayment schedule is biannually, and the final maturity then would be on January 1st of 2037. And to be clear, when NOACA takes out an SIB loan, we are paying back the SIB loan with NOACA funds. Any questions?
What does that stand for, SIB?
State Infrastructure Bank. Next is the project plan reviews, PPR, intergovernmental review and consultation for the third quarter of fiscal year 2024, which we are currently in the third quarter. This is routine. We bring this to you every quarter. The projects that we have in the PPR are road resurfacing for Clegg Road, which we just talked about in North Olmsted, road resurfacing and drainage in Brecksville, road resurfacing in Geauga County, Wilson Mills Road, including that resurfacing. And then for plan amendments, we have a list of projects that go into the plan. Particularly of note are some very high-profile projects that the region is moving forward with, such as the Cheers project, the Cleveland North Coast Connector, the Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railroad, and some others. And then other projects are those that we have determined are very important and need to move forward to be put into the plan so we can ultimately fund them at a later date. Additional projects also of note are the electric buses, the GCRTA priority corridors, and with the low emissions vehicles. That may be that they're not necessarily electric, but they're some type of hybrid. And then we have the Detroit Superior Bridge subway level enhancements for $30 million. So again, there's quite a bit of very significant projects that are represented and taking it through the plan process. Any questions? Plan and tip amendments also for the third quarter of 24. So most of them were already reviewed on this page. Actually, all of them on this page were already reviewed under item 4.I. We have 2 others. One, a major rehabilitation for roadway in Cleveland, Lakewood, Rocky River, which is I-90. Really, this is a change because of the cost increase. And then planning dollars for electric vehicle planning for Cuyahoga County. These were already reviewed. These were reviewed. And to be clear, of why we have, how this works is we have the PPR process first, then you go into the plan, then you go into the tip. And so that's the process. Any questions or comments? Transportation for Livable Communities Initiative Program recommendations. This is very timely, considering Executive Ronayne's question earlier on the TLCI. Whoops. So that this speaks to the $2 million annual budget. This particular year, we did have $554,000 in carryover funds that either were not used or, and when I say not used, sometimes projects do come in under budget and sometimes communities no longer want to move forward with them, so the money comes back. So the total available for the program in '24 was $2.554 million. And these are the recommendations based on the applications. And again, these are all implementation projects. We also have some noteworthy projects, particularly Cleveland's East 66th Street implementation. That was our #1 priority for the RAISE grant the last 2 years. And so we are very familiar with this project. We support this project. It is also NOACA's Complete and Green Street pilot. Therefore, we did fund that. We were unable to fund it at its full level. However, we do have other sources of funding that we plan to provide to bring it up to that full funding. So more on that at a later date. But we've got Cleveland Heights, University Heights, Elyria, Fairview Park, Grafton, Maple Heights, and Olmsted Township.
Just trying to do the math. That last 554, 645 is encumbered in that, right? As that extra carryover, that got encumbered in this year's.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Correct. Yes, we have nothing left.
That was the question,
That was the
actually.
question, yes. And unfortunately, these were the projects that were not recommended at this time. As you can see, there was a significant additional request. The total request was nearly $7 million for that $2.5 million program. With the folks that did not get funded, or the projects that did not get funded, we do meet with the communities and give them a debrief and help them to modify their applications in order to be able to better get funded the following cycle. Any questions? Okay, then we have the FPA boundaries. This one is a change in the boundary and prescription in Olmsted Township. The applicant is the Cuyahoga County Department of Public Works. The transfer area is 36 parcels or nearly 70 acres in Olmsted Township. Currently, it's either in North Olmsted's planning area or no planning area. And the proposed is the Northeast Ohio Sewer District's Southwest facility, and it is supported by all of the parties. Any questions? Well, actually, there's more here that I didn't realize this was the modification request also includes a transfer of 27 parcels or 41 acres from no planning area to the Sewer District Southwest FPA. Okay, then moving on to another FPA boundary request to be for change. Geauga County Facility Planning Area, Village of Burton. This is a Geauga County Department of Water Resources request, and there are 6 parcels or 43 acres in Burton Township, and it's currently in the FPA boundary area of Geauga County, and it's proposed to be moved to the village of Burton. And this also is supported by all of the folks involved. And the prescriptions involve 3 parcels. Any questions? Actually, 6 parcels or 6 parcels, 43 areas. And then it's the 3 parcels are the change in the prescriptions. The next is NOACA's 2023 Title VI program. So we currently have a Title VI program policy. The policy was updated, and so this reflects simply updates to the plan. For those of you not familiar with it, it describes how NOACA complies with Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which prohibits discrimination based on race, color, or national origin. It also addresses other non-discrimination statutes, including the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990. This is providing that update to the 2020 program that we already have out there. Updates to that program include some very simple administrative changes, such as the board of directors, the NOACA committee structure chart, board membership for advisory councils. And then also, since the last time that we updated this, we have had new census data. So we've updated the demographics for county population, race or national origin, limited English-speaking households, and EJ. There's a new EJ map in there. We'll be submitting this to the federal officials. Any questions?
Just, how does the EJ map get updated? Is it staff with
It is
cities or counties or nonprofits, or how do you do the work?
It is staff that update it based on the federal regs. And I think our EJ, we follow very strict guidelines from the federal government. We also do it based on the TAZ, the Transportation Analysis Zone. Thank you, I heard that. Good job. Transportation Analysis Zone. And that's how NOACA chooses to do it, to bring it down to its very small piece.
Gotcha. Thank you. And not to belabor, it's important. We get, as you know, some communities suffer from tire dumping and other pollution dumping that happens. It's a spirit is how do you keep up with it? And I just wonder if there's in the future, and I'm thinking this with our own county, is there a way for, partner agencies to upload data to you as it comes in real time? But we can talk about that later. I just want to.
Absolutely. I think,
bring it up.
providing data to each other
Yeah.
is absolutely helpful to all involved.
Thank you.
So at this point, I think that is the end of the series of items. And so we would be asking for a motion for those items to be
Actually,
placed
kind of
as
a
a
technical
slate.
question.
Oh, sure.
Regarding the uploading of information, I'm looking at this more from an engineering perspective. If somebody's the repository of the information, I'd rather have a link back to the source rather than having to always keep, because that's where errors usually occur.
We've thought of this. I'm sorry to.
Yeah, no,
go
it's
back to the question from Commissioner. We've thought of the same. How do you make sure you're making sure it's accurate? But that being said, the citizen power of helping.
Yeah,
government agency can be
absolutely.
Pretty powerful. So, yeah.
I'm just thinking in terms of how do you coordinate that? And I'm thinking always links back to the
Yeah.
source.
Well, we have had issue with that, which ultimately, I think, put us in the crosshairs of court at one time with the Amazon bid, where we need to be responsible for our data, and the data of others needs to be updated by the others.
Thanks for talking that through, because
As-
it's
as-
incredibly valuable, but it's that maintenance part that always kills you.
Excuse me.
John?
As we heard much information, we just want to remind that the North Marginal Road Connector that's going to be put on hold or postponed till the next.
So
thing.
we need to modify this motion to be sure that that item is taken out, even though I did
Yeah.
say that it was taken out, but let's put it in the motion.
And
Good
we haven't
suggestion.
taken the motion yet, so
Nope.
when we do, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, we have a lot of items on the agenda here for the March meeting. Any other comments from the committee before we consider the motion?
Very quickly, thank you, Chair. I think my colleague Callie Mersman might have brought this up before, but with the Title VI process, particularly the complaints, is there any, we'd be very interested in seeing any complaints that come up through Title VI complaints. Maybe that's just emailed to the executive committee here, but can we make sure that happens? I don't know if it's appropriate for a motion or just a commitment.
Either way.
Sure.
We certainly can submit that. I don't think we've had any.
Even better, yeah.
But we can do that.
It was on my list to follow up, so thank you.
Yep.
Okay, very good. Attorney Davis, thank you. All right, any other comments here? And then we'll consider the motion. We're good? Okay, all right, then the chair will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Chris.
Seconded.
All right, we have a second here, Austin, thank you. Any further discussion?
And we're clear that the motion does not include the North Marginal Road Connector project.
Clear.
I think we're all clear there. Right. Great. Thank you, Nancy. Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Nope. Okay, then the motion passes. Thank you very much. Okay. All right. Let's see. Any other presentation items for today?
None.
Okay. All right. As you all know, the executive committee, we've been tasked with selecting a third-party firm to investigate the anonymous letter that we all received regarding NOACA back in January. First, I guess what I'd like to take care of the business today. First, what I'd like to do, though, is talk about the legality of going into executive session on this particular topic, because I think there might be some differences of opinion. I throw that out there. Let's get that out there.
Want me to state my opinion or?
Mr. Chair, if I may, for the good of the organization, I want to say I do not think, and I put this in an email, because of the reference to the firm of Nancy Griffith and Stacy Bowers' firm, I don't think we should seek counsel from our counsel on this matter for this moment, because of the reference in the letter that we were asked by the board to secure a firm to investigate. I'm saying this for the good of the order of the organization. I didn't know this was going to come up, but I think a catch would be to ask our counsel to recuse fully. And in fairness to the CEO, ask our CEO to recuse, and that we do support what I think you were originally heading toward is, but I'll leave it to you to exec session because of the sensitivity of personnel matters and those associated, at least the letter that we were asked by the board to investigate. Trying to create a constructive catch for you here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Executive Rooney.
So I would ask as one board member to not ask our counsel to comment to the question she actually asked to us and to recuse.
Feedback from other members here?
Mr. President?
Yes,
If
Commissioner.
we're going to go into executive session, what would be the exemption that we'd be citing? I guess that's the question.
Mhm.
What would be the exemption?
Chair, just to my colleague, since I'm asking our counsel not to counsel us on this because of their reference in the letter, the reference to the firm in the letter, I would suggest we go into executive session because you have, I believe, powers to move us into executive session on personnel and legal matters. And I would think that would be the will of our board, but you could defer that question, I suppose, back to them. Commissioner, I'm not an attorney. I believe what I said, though, is that the two items are appropriate, personnel and legal. And I'm only bringing up legal in the context of a legal counsel, not a legal matter at this point. But I do think, as one board member, fully appropriate and would support chairs taking us into executive session on this. And again, basis for me and the catch that I'm making at the chair's point is simply, and to the counselor's question, should she comment, is I don't think if you're referenced in a letter that we were asked by the board to investigate as an executive committee or ask for counsel to help with an investigation, I don't think it appropriate to have the person's referenced in the letter in the company of the group deliberating that process. So that's my take on it. It's, I'm doing my best to just rely on what seems logical, which is we wouldn't have comments nor involvement for the good of this organization.
If I may just.
I would like to be recognized by the chair and state my piece, and then you can fly the plane wherever you want to fly it.
Yeah, that's fine, Nancy, sure.
All right. I have researched the exceptions for executive session. This is not, it is my understanding that executive session is being requested to consider the selection of an outside firm to conduct the investigation of the anonymous letter. That is not a personnel matter. The subject of the anonymous letter is public. You're not going to consider the charges or the content of the letter. You are selecting a firm to make the investigation. That is a procurement matter. It is not a personnel matter. There is an exception to the requirement for open meetings to consider the investigation of charges or complaints against a public employee unless the employee or individual requests a public hearing. I have researched all available case law that I have been able to locate, and that provision talks about I concede it is not artfully crafted, but that provision talks about the evaluation of the results of an investigation, not the procurement of a firm to conduct the investigation. So when the results of the investigation are returned, that is an appropriate topic for executive session. In my opinion, the procurement of a firm to conduct the investigation is not. The state of Ohio, the Open Meetings Act itself, and the Ohio Attorney General mandate that we interpret the Open Meetings Act as much as possible to support openness in meetings, and absent any clarifying case law that would suggest that the procurement of a firm to conduct an investigation is what this exception is talking about. I'm reading the language as it stands to consider an investigation, considering the results of an investigation to which the subject employee could then request a public hearing. So I counsel that adjournment to executive session for the purpose of evaluating and choosing creating a process to select a firm to conduct the investigation is not a proper purpose for executive session.
Chair, just
Please.
like it's a back and forth now, and you've chosen not to recuse at this point. Do you not think that there's a potential conflict for your firm to be involved in this discussion, given that the matter that we've been asked by the board to choose a firm to investigate, that letter names your firm? Do you not think that's a conflict for you to participate in the conversation about selecting a firm to investigate the contents in the letter that includes your firm?
Well, first of all, the content of the letter suggests certain facts that we do not dispute about the fact that we do, in fact, work part-time for NOACA and get paid for it. So I'm willing to concede the facts that the letter contains. I am willing to recuse myself from your conversations about what law firm you choose. I am telling you that the law requires you to have those conversations in open meeting. Whether or not I or Stacy are at the table is not the issue.
I appreciate you conceding that you will give us the opportunity to have the conversation. And Chair, I think you could seek outside counsel. I personally don't think this needed to be as immediately confrontational as it seems to be. I think in the effort toward good governance, we should easily ask our counsel to remove she and her firm from our conversations about a matter that the board has asked us to seek counsel on to investigate from the contents of a letter that they concern themselves with. And I think it's something that if there's any shadow of doubt, I've always recused from conversations where I had a shadow of doubt as to whether or not I should be involved in the conversation. And that's what I would counsel you, Counselor, to do in this case.
I am willing to recuse myself from the conversation that you are going to have. It is my duty as counsel to NOACA to tell you that law requires you to have that conversation without me at the table in open session. That's all.
Chair, to the point,
Whatever decision
and,
you like.
and again, I thought perhaps counsel should recuse from the very beginning. That's why I tried to make that catch. But if, to the council's point, she's willing to walk out of the room with her colleague, and I would suggest the CEO should, I have no problem with the members of the public continuing to participate in this process. And I do think the matter that makes it difficult is it is live streamed, and would just ask you to, in good conscience and in good ethic and in moral support of the compass of this organization, that you refrain from watching the conversation in any form, in any media form, and you and your colleagues, including those that aren't here with us. But I have no problem with the public participating in this.
Right. And my goal for today's meeting would be to, leave today with decision on a third party firm. At our last board meeting, a motion was made after the entire board met in executive session, to task us with making this decision and moving forward and getting this underway. So I think we can successfully do this today without going into executive session. I would prefer to go in executive session, but I'm not an attorney, and I'm just used to listening to prosecutors and attorneys when we make decisions like this. So Nancy's firm is our legal counsel for NOACA, and I do not want to go into executive session if it's not appropriate, or certainly if it's not legal.
And Chair, well, we're on the conversation now, and welcome the, comments of colleagues here. I think in the spirit of trying to find a path between the comments that our counsel made and without having outside counsel with us at this point, I think if she and her colleague are willing, and in recusal in its fullest sense means leaving the conversation, leaving the room. If she would do that, I would suggest, for the fairness of the CEO, the same. I'll say it again. I don't have any problem having this conversation in public, not in executive session, but our board asked us at the last meeting as an executive committee to select counsel to pursue an investigation of the contents of the letter. And because the firm was named in the letter, no matter what the assertion is, or no matter what the assumption of any assertions are, we have a duty to follow up with what our board requested we do. So I think there's a path. It's just don't participate in this process, you and the firm. And again, in fairness to the CEO, I think it's good policy to do the same. Why don't we have the conversation in public? I mean, I would not disagree with you that the executive session is appropriate on matters of HR personnel, but since counsel has put us in the position to have this conversation and advising us on the legality as she sees it thereof, which I would think we should check if we're following her logic. But I think the easiest thing to do is just to ask you in good conscience to remove yourself from the conversation in full and not participate in the media streaming of it either.
To
I
the
don't have a
chair.
problem with
Thank
staff
you,
being here.
Executive.
We,
Renee, yes, Attorney Davis.
Mr. Davis is fine. No, full agreement with County Executive Renee that this is something that we're happy to have a discussion in public. Full agreement with you, Chair, that this is something that we need to finish today and move it along. I'm happy just to go forth and start discussing potential firms right now for procurement purposes with the exclusions that we discussed. I will suggest if we need an executive session, perhaps we establish an executive session to discuss how we as a committee view the appropriate role of the CEO and the attorney going forward, considering that is a personnel matter. They were named in that letter. They are part of this personnel conversation. I wonder if that's of interest to the board. Like I said, we're happy to, the procurement discussion must occur in public, and so we're happy to have that in public. But if we need an executive session first, I understand. Want to suggest.
Mr. President, point of information.
Commissioner.
Yeah, there is a point. I've got one too.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Yeah.
Just to be abundantly clear, the intention of the board was two-part. We were to refer the continued consideration for the executive director's contract back to the executive committee so that it wasn't just left hanging. Okay, back to the executive committee, which was done. And there was a desire for a third-party legal to do a review of the anonymous letter and to report back to the executive committee. The intention, and again, having physically been in that meeting, gentlemen, I need to be abundantly clear on that. Having physically been in that meeting, I can state with absolute certainty, it was not the charge of the board to this committee to hire that counsel, which is how you, Mr. President, and I was also on that call, and why our counsel said, hey, here's somebody who is in a position to be able to act. That's how we got to that first discussion about locking down the data, because the first thing you want to do is lock down the data when there's an incident. That's how that process started. So I think we're getting a little bit off the path, thinking that it is our responsibility to select that outside legal. I just want to be very clear on that.
Well, I think,
And thank you.
Chair,
for your
I think
question.
there's three items. One is in previous executive sessions, as we made public to the public and the board, we had a discussion about contract. We had a discussion about compensation. That's one part. We had a discussion, as I recall, Mayor Bibb forwarded a motion having to do with organizational capacity and assessment. But after those two discussions came the letter to which the board then deliberated in, I believe, executive session in its last round of discussions and brought forth a resolution for this committee to render a firm for investigation. I just think it's common sense, Counselor, that you and your team recuse. And I think, again, in fairness to the CEO, she do the same. I've offered that to you by email. I asked in a previous email, we can get into it in a different session, but why there was a move to commission on team a legal counsel and started a process with the staff already. Those to me are curious. I'd like to discuss those further, but I think the task at hand today is to follow up on the board's directive to secure an outside firm for the investigation that they desire us to work through with a legal team. And so with that, I would ask again that council consider recusing. And I do believe matters of contract can continue to be discussed and should be discussed in the open area here at this meeting. And that can be done after an executive session or before. But the matter at hand, and again, is just a common sense request of council named in the letter that we have been asked by our board to seek counsel to investigate, that council named in that letter recuse themselves from this discussion. And in fairness to the CEO, she'd do the same.
Yeah, and I think regarding, Commissioner Hammercheck's comments here about, executive directors, compensation and contract and so forth. That's a separate issue that's going to be handled by another third party. So I guess what I'm just trying to accomplish today. Just like Executive Renee said, I'd like to hopefully select a third-party firm to start the investigation on that anonymous letter. But I would prefer to do it in executive session, but again, I don't want to enter an executive session illegally. So,
And I agree with you, Chair. I would think that it would be wholly appropriate because it touches into matters as stated in personnel and potentially law. But as I think the council has made it abundantly difficult to not just simply recuse, made it difficult because I'm asking council and CEO as appropriate to recuse. I think the complexity is executive session gives us the opportunity to discuss an executive session. And by way of putting us in this position to be in this session, our staff is here, which is complicated, but I just think in fairness to everybody, your path that we were on to move into executive session was a very fair path that I would assume the board would support. Council decided to make her comment. I asked her to recuse and she made her comments anyways. Again, Counselor, I would just say to you and your firm, respectfully, it's time to recuse.
yeah, well, and if this is a public meeting, then I certainly can't ask anybody to leave. That's my opinion, but
She can on her own volition.
so I think John, did you have any? You haven't said anything here.
During the board of directors, when we had our executive, it was about sending back to the executive the contract and hire outside legal. And that's what they charged us to do. And we're here today. We have the opportunity to do it. We should get this done. If it's not appropriate for a session, executive session, then we can consider these things outside. I'm thoughtful as far as getting this third party hired, or at least moving towards having that direction to get this thing done. And to me, I could do it, and I understand the recusal, and that could be very appropriate. I can also say, if you want to stick around, we can just get this thing done. It's not going to be nice, but it'll get done. That's my thought on it. Maybe we need to take a little short break here and just kind of clear our heads. We've been in here for an hour and a half now. Get a cup of coffee, whatever, and then come on back.
Okay.
Yeah, just as a suggestion at this point.
I wouldn't mind using the restroom. So why don't we do this? Yeah, let's take a few minutes here. And I think I think the consensus, we're not going to break into executive. We're going to do this in the open. We'll take suggestions from the board members here, for the executive committee for firms. We'll talk about them, and let's hope we make a decision today. Okay, so let's just take a few minute break and get some coffee, do what you want to do, and we'll be back. do we have any recommendations from the executive committee members?
Mr. Chair, I have some, but I want to ask just for the record, has council indicated their position on recusing themselves and their firm?
Oh, okay.
I'm just asking.
Please.
Has council indicated or? I could ask council. Have you, would you like me to direct it to her?
Well, Nancy, what do you think? Okay, so yeah, we're in public session here. Certainly, we're not going to ask anybody to leave.
Okay.
All right, so
By saying okay, I'm not sure I fully concur with it, but nonetheless,
well, that's
yeah. Okay.
all right.
So
So
you had a different question on the table.
all right, recommendations. Recommendations on firms, third-party firms to do the investigation.
Colleagues, I have two if
Okay.
if I may. Pass these out to each of you. And as I do that, Chair, if okay with you, I'd like to just make a couple qualifying comments that I would have made in executive session by staying on them publicly. I think as I emailed a few days, maybe a week back now, I was trying to glean from our council, and I'm not asking under comment at this point. I just wanted for your edification as an executive committee to let you know if you didn't see the correspondence that I thought it out of line after board directive to the executive committee to an email by council, particularly Council Griffith, to herself, Council Griffith, with blind copy to members of the NOACA staff. I thought it out of line to reference, after we were asked as a body to do the process that we're doing today, to reference law firm McCarthy Levitt and ask the staff to cooperate with a exchange and communication from McCarthy Levitt to the staff. I corresponded to council to say, why did you do that? Have you taken that back? And I was awaiting explanation for many days. I just want to say that I think this process, through no fault of yours, Chair, no fault of anybody on this board, got off to the wrong start. And I'm glad we're here today to do what the board has asked us to do, which is deliberate firms, outside third-party firms, for the process that the board directed this committee to do, which is come up with firms for consideration for investigation into the matter that was discussed at the board meeting last meeting. I just thought, and I still think, we still are owed a greater explanation, which I'm not asking for today, but to why that process was commenced in direct conflict with what the board authorized. So now, Mr. Chair, I'm going to move to the matter of the day and bring forth two recommendations for your consideration. I was in contact with Mayor Bibb, who suggested after the last executive committee meeting that we ask our respective law departments and any of our partners in our partner counties in the NOACA region to look into firms that might be of expertise in the matters of these kinds of investigations. So I asked our law director, Rick Maniloff, to recommend firms and persons within that firm for consideration. Rick came to us from Squire Patton Boggs, is now our law director at Cuyahoga County. And he offered the following two names that are in front of you from two firms. That these firms, the persons particularly referenced, are outside of our MPO market in Akron, Summit County, in Columbus, Franklin County. They are Susan Rogers of Buckingham Doolittle and Melissa Bondi of Bricker Graydon. Both by our law directors' due diligence are equipped to do the job. Of the two, he recommends Susan Buckingham, but also acknowledges the great strengths of Melissa Bondi for your consideration from Bricker Graydon. Susan Rogers' stated rates to us at a government rate, blended rate, is $300 an hour. Melissa Bondi's is $350 an hour. Not a major material difference between them, but obviously we're conscious of cost as well. But I think mostly what we're interested in is the experience. I'll just, for the record, just reference a couple of experience points for our public viewing and the staff. But Susan Rogers is an employment labor attorney, has worked with management teams and human resource directors, guiding them through day-to-day employment law matters. Been before the National Labor Relations Board, Ohio Civil Rights Commission, state and federal courts, and been through with her clients. She has a resume vita attached. She's, by communication of our law director, endeavored in scores of these kinds of investigations. And that's Susan Rogers out of Buckingham Doolittle Boroughs, Akron, Summit County. Melissa Martinez Bondi, again, you can read the vita, but just for the benefit of those listening, is concentrated practice in higher education, education law, Title IX compliance, education policy, public schools, universities. Prides herself on a unique approach to solving clients' issues, counseling clients to resolve disputes arising. She has specialty in IDEIA and Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act. Represented clients in educational entities, U.S. Department of Education, Office for Civil Rights, Section 504, Title IX, ADA, Title IV. Broad experience. Both of these women bring years of experience and leadership in their firms. And our recommendation today, Chair, based on the due diligence done by the Director of Law, is Susan Rogers of Buckingham Doolittle and Boroughs at a contract rate proposed for $300 an hour.
The Buckingham Doolittle, and I've heard of that firm. They also are located here in Cleveland, aren't they? It's
my understanding is the Cleveland office is her practice is in the Akron Summit County office.
And then the Melissa, is she from Columbus?
My understanding is yes, and that's where her practice is, and Bricker Graydon has been around the state as well.
Okay. Do we have others that the committee members have looked into and would want to recommend? Austin, do you have?
Through the chair, yes. The law director at the city of Cleveland also received a proposal from a Cleveland area firm, Littler. It's not outside the MSA. I think there's a compelling reason to look outside the MSA here, but Littler does great work. The two attorneys who would be involved would be the shareholder, Alex Frondorf, and a associate, Trevor Hardy. Littler is based here in Key Tower, around the corner. Does primarily management side and employment practice, but also has internal investigations for public sector entities such as this. Their hourly rates are $435 and $390, so a little higher. Our perspective agnostic. I think it's important that we pick somebody, and we do like the idea of somebody outside the MSA for propriety's sake, but we have a great alternative for the sake of discussion. I have a proposal here. If I can email this to somebody for printing, or I would like to distribute it, I just don't know how.
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah, I'd like to
Sure.
receive it. How do you spell Littner?
Yeah, Littler. Littler.
Littler?
Littler.
There's an L in there?
There's actually two.
Littler. Okay. Littler.
Got it.
Okay. Is it a big firm? Is it a small firm? Do you know? I'm just.
I
curious
think
to
I
hear
would call
more.
it mid-sized. I'd be surprised they have more than 150 attorneys statewide, but
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
sure offhand.
Mid-sized firm. Okay. And you said they're here in Cleveland at the Key Tower?
This is their local offices here. I'll say that it is a national firm. I'm not sure about their Ohio size, so I may have misspoke, but they do have 1,800 attorneys nationwide.
Oh, wow.
So bigger than I realized.
Okay. Any others?
As long as we're just going through the conversation, Mr. President, just if we could go back to the discussion regarding Mr. Rob Glickman and what are the disqualifying factors? That's my only concern as to what are the disqualifying factors there.
And what was the firm's name on that? Rob Glickman was from, start with an M, I
Hold
thought.
I'm pulling it up as fast as I can.
Let's see.
sir.
Is it-
I'm a little old and slow. Come on.
Firm name?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's McCarthy Levitt.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I remember there was like four names on it, but those are the key ones. Thank you, sir.
You know, Chair, since we are, just board members talking amongst board members here with our public, I think my take on the conflict, one, again, it just was not proper protocol to contact them and send them about the business of contacting staff, to which I understand these two were contacted. But that being said, they're not third-party objective. They've been representing this organization, I believe even in an EEOC case. So they checked me on that, but I think that does probably disqualify them as third-party objective as per the board to the executive committee.
And if I may, just for, again, clarification, Mr. Glickman had indicated that he has had no communication or contact or relationship with NOAC. He's part of the law firm, but this would have been a new engagement for him. And the other is there seems to be a very different interpretation. We are here and we are going to go through this process, but were it not for the fact that the subject was included in this being Grace Galucci, she would have signed the contract, moved on. That responsibility, as was made abundantly clear at that meeting, would fall to the president. So again, I think there's a misunderstanding that it is the job and responsibility of this executive committee to do this engagement. We are here now. We will work through that, but I want to be abundantly clear. That is how that engagement letter came before the board. I believe in an abundance of caution, President Brandon decided to send it out to everybody, say, hey, this is what we're doing. I don't want to say rookie mistake, but you were day three on the job. But I think he wanted it in the interest of collegial relationships, the whole good governance, openness, and transparency. I think that led to some misunderstandings of what the board's intentions were, and I have to keep coming back to what was the intent of the board. So again, but we're here now, so we just got to go through this. So
No, I agree, Chair. We got to go through Commissioner, we got to go through this, but I don't think there's been a lot of ambiguity about our charge. I think we were charged by the board as the executive committee to deliberate firms for consideration and a choice to be made for.
that was not my understanding when we left that room.
Oh, well.
Just be
maybe we
clear,
have a
and having
difference
been in that room and having been managing that meeting and trying to be very clear with everybody, that was not my understanding. I just want to be abundantly clear on that. And we can have that disagreement, we can even have that misunderstanding, but we're here now, so we need to go through this going
Again, I've
forward.
been, Chair, I don't know if you want to clarify, I've been speaking with a board member too, one of them, Mayor Bibb, and feeling that we've had a esprit de corps to go to our respective law directors and ask for recommendations. They're on the table for consideration. I'd, Austin, just say to you, perhaps checking in with the mayor on all these things, but my conversation with him last night is he concurs with what you said, which is perhaps organization where their day practice is in a different market than the MPO, albeit close. case of
Mhm.
Akron.
Mhm.
He seemed comfortable with moving forward, and obviously we've got 5 counties that want to hear from, but that's the person I've been talking to on this.
Okay.
So, Mr. President, if I can suggest a process of elimination, if that.
All right,
if
sounds
that's a-
good. Yeah.
Just to
All
kind
right.
of keep things moving. So it sounds like Mr. Glickman is off the table at this time? I'm
Okay.
guessing that.
Fair enough. Okay.
So,
And I just wanted to ask then, I know did Lorraine County have any recommendations you wanted to make? Oh, Jog is not here.
No, no, I spoke with the commissioner and he has no recommendations. He says, third party, get it done and listen to what is available and then take appropriate action. So we're doing that. And I believe I'm very capable at doing that too. So it's, let's move this thing forward.
Right. So, usually we leave here and, if there's work to be done, Grace gets the work and then gets staff engaged and they get the work done for us. And this is one of these things I think that, I may be more involved with than anyone as president. I live in Medina County and I do a lot of work in Akron. I kind of personally like the idea of having Akron firm, Buckingham Doolittle take care of this. Might be easier on me. I like their rate. She certainly seems very qualified, but that's my 2 cents on this. I'm probably in Akron every other day. So,
Through the chair, based on the law director of the county, Rick's assessment, we would absolutely agree with that. He sounded like he was a firm believer in Susan's ability to deliver here, and he knows his stuff, so it makes a lot of sense.
so at this point, let's just say we, come into a consensus with a firm here.
excuse me, Mr. President, I think we're jumping to the Butler did it. Can we still continue our conversation?
Oh,
on
absolutely.
this?
No, yeah,
I
please.
I believe process is critical to this, if we're going to have any degree of integrity as to who we select, if I may, please. So in reference to the line of thought I was trying to go through earlier, so we're going to strike Mr. Glickman. And again, with nothing disparaging against Melissa Bondi, but in engineering terms, we call it failed first test. When I see somebody whose background is law, education law, kindergarten through 12th grade type stuff, they have great experience in advertising to advising to educational entities. Just on the face of it, I would say that is not somebody who is qualified to be talking about a metropolitan planning organization that gets involved in highly technical discussions. And the anonymous letter referenced a number of highly technical claims. So again, this person may be incredibly qualified in their area of practice, but I think this also calls into question what I would call the thought process, the vetting of somebody qualified to do this. So again, I would hope that we could agree that Melissa would be also removed from consideration. And again, I'm questioning the process. I don't want to appear that we're handpicking anybody, so that there's some vetting. On the face of it, Susan Rogers appears to be having some of the requisite qualities. The third paragraph, I like the idea of the gift I give to clients is my ability to see beyond the law and into the realities of their workplace. Now, that was something that leaped out at me as I'm scanning through this. But I don't see anything here about her technical expertise and her support staff to be able to vet the claims in that anonymous letter. And again, that seems to be the charge, the claims of the anonymous letter. So if during the interview process, somebody says something that sounds good, but in reality is not, how can we have confidence that this is taking place? Now, again, I don't know her qualifications. She seems to be, on paper, looks good. I'm kind of 50-50 on that one, which I guess that's a good thing to be able to move to that point. The gentleman referred to by City of Cleveland, I couldn't even quickly Google the person, so I apologize for that.
I apologize for that as well. I probably spoke too fast. I did email you the proposal. I believe I just did moments ago.
Oh, okay, okay.
So
I was getting
hopefully
really
that
worried there.
helps.
It's like, oh golly, I missed one.
Moments ago.
So
Wasn't sure how else to distribute it.
can you, for the benefit of the discussion, give us a little bit of background on this person's qualifications there? Because right now, I would say right now, just on the face of it, Susan Rogers, I would say would be in consideration. It sounds like there's an appetite for somebody outside the area. I would be very reluctant to say because of convenience. Oh, dear God.
Oh, yeah.
That scares the heck
No,
out of
I
me.
know.
On the record. But if you could please, and I apologize, I'm trying to pull your email up, but if you can maybe give us a little history on this person with the chair's permission, sir.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, and through the chair to the commissioner, let me know if you got that email. Hopefully it came through.
I'm going now.
Maybe not.
Again, remember, I'm old and slow. So.
Ah. The gist is, first of all, the firm has,
No, sir, nothing yet, sir.
interesting. We'll find a way around it. The firm has public sector and government experience. They describe themselves as the nation's largest employment and labor law practice. It's a big firm, so they can draw on cases from, around the country to build that reputation, but that's very interesting. Beyond that, they provide a number of services. They have a particular reference to risk assessments and internal investigations. The proposed staffing here includes an experienced labor lawyer, an employment law litigator. That is Mr. Frondorf, Frondorf. Big background in a variety of employment discrimination related matters, Title VII, Ohio Civil Rights Act, FMLA, ADA, et cetera. And he has an associate with him as well. I'm convinced that, of course, there's administrative staff behind these firms. They probably don't need to label them all, but the gist is they have experience. The downsides, I suppose, are that they are in the MSA and they are a bit more pricey than the alternatives. But I think it'd be a great choice. I think it's one of those can't lose choices.
Mm-hmm.
Just came through, sir.
Oh, there we go.
Thank you.
And Chair, I can elaborate just a little bit on the law director's further elaboration on Susan Rogers. He says, this is from Rick Maniloff, 30 years in the business, employment and labor practice group leader at Buckingham. Sorry for the short form, that's how he writes me on this. Asked her how many investigations she's done, hundreds. Has done a wide variety of investigations, including investigations in alleged top executive misconduct, having done hundreds of investigations over the decades and having deep and wide understanding of L&E law. She will be able to spot and explore issues, which will be critical here because of the allegations. Stark and Summit County, $300 an hour. Her special government rate for this matter, not her normal rate. I can't imagine finding anyone with lower rate and greater potential. And I also wanted to say, I do understand the chair's point, even though it was kind of debated and interpersonalized. I think some proximity to this office is a plus from the standpoint of the probability of live visits by the attorney, just to cut our costs on travel.
Sure.
I also know the one of the two persons in the Cleveland firm reference, again, come back to the out of market, perhaps void of anybody knowing anybody conflicts. It just minimizes the number of those kinds of things. But I do know Alex Frondorf and know more personally than by his legal work, but he's a good person. So I did speak with the mayor on the issue of geography. As again, I don't think he would mind my saying this. He could speak for himself on it, but he did say that he at two exchanges we had over this. The first exchange was out of markets, probably a plus. So,
moving forward with one of these, would it then be appropriate after today's meeting to ask for, a proposal or an engagement letter, or, maybe I'll direct the question to Austin since you're an attorney. We can make a motion today to engage someone, right? But then the president, right, still would have to sign a proposal or engagement letter or contract or something with the firm, right?
It's, so to the chair, thank you. I am an attorney. I am not the attorney for this board, so I am not going to offer any legal advice. It's been my practice in the past that, yeah, that's generally how it would work. The next step would be to request a letter of engagement from our preferred firm. They would, write down the things they propose doing. We would provide feedback, clarify what that scope looks like back and forth. But that's typical. I don't want to use my legal training to make it seem like that's the only thing that we can do here. It's not appropriate.
And I would also have to believe that these firms, do they understand our, financial limits here? I don't want to just sign a blank check. We do have, we want to be good stewards of the taxpayer dollars here, and so forth.
Chair, looking back at you, looking at me, I think one thing we obviously propose in a firm, in the case of Buckingham, Doolittle and Burroughs, $300 market billable rate, it's probably below market, relative to, but she stated as such that she was offering a government below market rate. I think, we could, again, perhaps we'll need outside counsel on this as well, but we could, give ourselves a cap if we're not to exceed $50,000 or something of that nature. That's just, I would guess you could monitor that as we go, and through engagement letter proposal and engagement discussion, kind of have a discussion about mile markers of costs and how we get billed, when we get billed. Right. Perhaps, bring whoever's chief financial officer into that conversation.
Okay.
To the chair, that's a great suggestion. I think from the county side to bring the chief financial officer in. You can contract whatever terms you're looking for. If there's a upper limit, that can be part of it. That should be part of our conversation with whatever firm we choose. And I think that would be our prudent next step.
Okay. All right. Further discussion.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner.
Quickly scanning over the information provider. Forgive me if I'm mispronouncing. Is it Litter?
I think there's an L in there at the end. Littler?
Littler. Okay. Wow. Thank you.
It's a tough one.
That sounds a lot better. To my point earlier about technical qualifications, they do explicitly talk about having technical qualifications in some of the science areas. But one of the areas that they also explicitly talk about is whistleblowing and retaliation, given the nature of the anonymous letter and sensitivities, and out of respect to all those being discussed, it just, again, on the face of it, if I had to score things, this Littler, and I'm going to write that down because I didn't copy it down correctly. I crossed the L there. Again, just on the face of it, they look to be, and I'm not overly concerned about getting out of the area, but I also then have to ask, as far as process goes, what relationship do they have with the members of NOACA? If somebody's cousin's brother's niece's nephew, okay, you're far enough removed, but if it's, oh yeah,
Important.
that's my nephew.
Right. It's important.
So, I guess there would have to be some declaration of no conflict and all these things to kind of lock this down, just to keep the process moving.
That's right. And to the chair, I think that's another great point. And there's a conflict of interest check, but there's also just the perception of bias. And I think it was a great disclosure on part of the county executive. If you're personal friends with one of these attorneys, maybe not a good pick.
Not close friends, but friends and
Reasonably close.
respect them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, I appreciated some enthusiasm for Susan Rogers. When our attorney law director brought forth the names, the discussion was about kind of understanding of employment law, as opposed to I mentioned this to you. We moved away from attorneys that were in white collar crime as an example. I don't mean to raise any alarms because that to me had too much gravitas in the case that we wanted employment attorneys. And so that's why I think our director focused on the employment law side. On the firm that is referenced, I shared with Austin, some reservation relative to management labor and this firm, somebody does it and somebody doesn't. Somebody's representing management, but in the opening of the web page that the firm's, first page, seems to be in us, them as it relates to labor and management, at least as I saw it. And I don't want to be at all disparaging to probably what's a great firm. And I know one great person in that firm. So it's not meant to be at all at that. Just trying to look objectively at employment law, out of market, somebody with experience in these kinds of inquiries and investigations.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, again, we've had a lot of talk about out of market.
Yeah, and it's a loose term.
Yeah, and
We're a region.
Nothing against any of the attorneys in the room, but oh dear God, you guys all seem to know each other. Just saying, I don't want to artificially add limitations, but I also don't want to inadvertently again, I think technical expertise, I appreciate the good faith, and thank you for that clarification, the good faith move away. But I think in the interest, given the technical nature of the anonymous letter, there needs to be a certain degree of technical expertise to be able to interpret what somebody may be claiming. Again, on the face of it, somebody could tell a good story. Doesn't mean it's true.
Yeah. Again, I asked our director to vet again, Ms. Rogers, if we were going to make this recommendation today. He did yesterday again. Again, the question was, how many of these investigations have you been a part of? And the answer was, I use scores. She said hundreds. So, I think the expertise is there, but Chair, in the process of engagement, we make a recommendation today. If it's found to be not as robust on the experience side as was either discussed or presented, we can change tack. I think we got a very strong potential recommendation. I don't want to blitz past the original city law director's recommendation either, but I think you've got, you just have an experienced person that is ready to move, has already quoted pricing. And, I, for one, would like to get this going, I think in part to just have the ability to go through what is a difficult process, but I'd rather not belabor that journey a couple more months. I'd rather think everybody I've spoken with just wants to get going and start to move through this.
I think with these firms here, they're all large firms, and the individual that we're considering to hire who works for this firm, I think these firms, correct me if I'm wrong, probably work as a team anyways. And if the lead attorney needs an expert that maybe in an area that she is lacking in, I'm sure there's another attorney in the firm she would consult with to get that lacking expertise, right? And I think that's an advantage of going with a larger firm.
I think that's right into Commissioner Hammercheck's point that it's the advantage of attorneys knowing each other, right? Is they know who to call when they have questions.
Right. Okay. John?
And with us, thanks so much for bringing Littner and these two here to take a quick look at it. One of my biggest considerations is that they're out of the area. They are a bit of a distance to NOACA. And then qualifications, we're looking at 35 years here. I've been, with very good, dealing with labor relations and other types of things. I think, given that she's, going to do this below market value, given the prices we've heard from others, and being fairly close. I mean, that's not too far of a distance for when you have to do make runs into Cleveland. So I think this is a very good direction here, utilizing Buckingham for what we need done.
Mhm.
And, let's get moving on it and let's give our, president here the
Mhm.
ability to get it done and get moving on it with whatever means we need to do
Mhm,
this.
mhm.
So.
Well, uh, yeah, and I think, any time, we make a decision on, hiring a contractor for anything, in Medina County, in our township, we always are looking at the value, the price, you want a qualified, competent contractor, but you're also looking at the price. And I think she's probably, price per hour. I think, that is a fair price. I would, definitely, weigh part of my decision on what it's going to cost us, because this is, these are taxpayer dollars here, and we want to, make good decisions on being prudent with the taxpayer dollars. So I'm happy with the Buckingham Doolittle proposal here, or at least the resume. Uh, So I don't know if you want to discuss it any further or make a motion or.
Yes, I would like to discuss it.
Okay,
further, because
absolutely.
again, I'm really going to be hard on this issue of process. I have not heard, again, I only can go with the information in front of me, and I can only make decisions based on the information in front of me. Again, Susan Rogers, I'm going to put her to 50-50, but again, I'm looking at this Littler, and I'm reading through, and I'm seeing key things and again, I appreciate Executive Ronayne's disclosing, and hey, I know somebody over there. To me, that doesn't matter, because an attorney, if they're going to lie to you about this, they're going to lie to you about that, and that's where things go sideways. So I don't think that's going to be an issue. I can't envision anybody risking it on this high profile of a discussion. If we're looking at qualifications, again, just based off the face of it, and a decision like this based off of relatively pennies, but I don't see anything explicit being called out for Susan Rogers. I see a number of things explicit being called out on Littler's documents. So again, I'm just saying, if you're looking at qualifications, capability to perform, something that would hold up in court, because if somebody comes back and says, oh dear God, yes, they have this, this, and that, and it turns out that it really wasn't supported, but boy, they could sure spin a good story. That's why you have the scales of justice. Well, those scales of justice are only calibrated when all the factors are being taken into account. And that it concerns me that what I'm hearing are cost and location are driving factors behind Susan Rogers. Littler got disqualified because they're too close, even though their credentials, again, just as I'm scanning through it here over the last 15-20 minutes, they seem to be hitting all the key points that could show that they would have qualifications. So again, I just don't want to rush through this without chipping away at that.
Okay.
And do we want to take a second and maybe print this off?
No,
maybe I've
I
got it-
think that's not the way I want to go today. Commissioner, I don't know how others feel. I think, again, I've spoken with some other board members, namely the mayor. I think there's a feeling of we move forward today. It feels like we should call the question, even if we're not all in accord.
Right. And with that, yes, I mean, being outside this area, I think does matter. I think to me is a key, but then qualifications and certainly going to a website and looking at qualifications, anybody can write anything. You've got a resume which explains things here. And I think a person with this 30 years as an attorney, as an employment labor attorney, it really holds to, will really hold up, I think, in any of those questions. Cost is the least of my worries. And this, it is nice and it is a difference. But, when we're able to put limitations on it, we can put time limitations. You can put whatever type of limitations you want on that contract. So I think those are the key things here. I think Buckingham is qualified for this task that we have in front of us.
I agree.
To the chair, I mean, Littler is our proposal. We think they're great, but I completely agree. Buckingham Doolittle is the choice for us as well. And in the spirit of moving along, I think it's just, let's do it.
Okay. All right. Make a
I'll
motion on that.
I'll entertain a motion. Does somebody want to write one up here? We could do it collectively and,
Point of information would be, what would the motion be here to,
well,
to move,
we have
to
to select-
recommend?
we have to select somebody. But let's put some driving directions in the,
Yeah.
in the motion. That way, you know, when we leave today, we're all on the same page.
It would seem, you know, through the chair back to Mr. Davis, just, it would seem that we would be making a motion to seek a proposal from Susan Rogers and the firm of Buckingham Doolittle for engagement on the investigation requested of us by the board to pursue. And with that, in the furtherance of getting a letter of engagement, but I think we need the proposal. So I would say we would be seeking their proposal. I would suggest we try to time limit that in the next 2 weeks. I know the next board meeting is March 8th, right? But if we're able to get by mid-February a proposal, and then chair, to your discretion for your review and signature of engagement letter.
Okay.
And I would, you want me to offer that as a motion or do one of you guys?
Well, to the chair, I think it might be worth just, I might even add, like, we should, as an executive committee, get a look at the engagement letter as it comes in and have an opportunity to offer our comments and revisions.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that
The
we're
board
leading
one.
right.
You want to take a look at
Yeah,
the engagement letter first before?
And edit it potentially. to
Yeah.
be clear.
Okay.
It seems proposal and engagement letter, but the engagement letter can be inclusive of the proposal,
Okay.
obviously. So walking that through, I'm going to continue, think of you as the point of contact.
Right.
you know,
Okay.
yeah.
What did you give, Brenda, as the motion? I know you've been writing there.
Just proposal.
Okay. It's all recorded. Okay, we got it. I mean, I understand it.
Yep.
I just want to make sure as we go back to it and look at it, that it's what we all want to do.
So to the chair, we're going to be asking Susan Rogers to provide a proposal and an engagement letter, and to have that to us within 2 weeks. And then that engagement letter will be circulated among the executive committee for our comments and revisions potentially.
Okay.
I don't want that engagement letter signed without, us cracking at it first.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay. So Boston made the motion.
So moved.
Have a second? John? Okay. Any more discussion on that?
Yes, sir.
Please.
Again, I intend to be voting no regarding process, but I want it to be made abundantly clear to Susan Rogers that my no has to do with qualifications.
Okay.
If she wants to win me over, send us a list of qualifications to be engaging this in an affirmative way. I want to be on the record. I'm 50-50 on her. I'm neither for or against her, but in this process, I don't know what her qualifications are. So I just want to, again, openness and transparency. You really got that burned into me, so I'm trying to live it, brother.
All right.
Thanks, Chris.
Very good. Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed?
No.
Okay. All right, then the motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you,
Okay.
Chair.
Excellent. All right.
Chair, just a point, because we're not obviously relying on council or CEO in this particular process, which I think we carry all the way through. Just a couple of points I want to make. My hope is that they do recuse all the way through. I think it's for the good of the organization and themselves. I would say if you are, as chair, point of contact, wanted to just follow up on some housekeeping notes, but perhaps, at your further direction post this meeting, it would seem that somebody needs to make contact with Susan for that proposal and letter
right.
presume that might be you if.
I'll be
Yeah.
glad to.
Okay, okay. And then to Mr. Davis's point, I think, making the effort to, get that out to folks, on the executive committee be good. The thing that I think we're gonna need to do is deputize somebody to sort of oversee the finances of this. My suggestion would be the fiscal officer here would be a person we should talk to, but I don't know
Okay.
enough about, that. Maybe I'd leave that to you.
Yeah, once we
Yeah.
get the proposal
Yeah,
engagement
yeah.
letter, share it with everyone here and
Yeah.
we'll get their fees solidified and, I
Yeah.
don't know, maybe they can even give us a guesstimate on how many hours they're going to put into this. So.
All right.
Okay. All right.
Thanks.
All right. Very good. Let's see what else we've got here. Okay. Do we have any old business today? No? Okay. Any new business? No. All right. Then,
The groundhog.
I'm sorry.
The groundhog's predicting, early spring. That's what I heard is new business.
Good. Okay.
Groundhog's.
All right. I'll adjourn today's meeting then. Thanks, for coming, everyone.
Thanks.
All right. You bet. Thank you.
Oh, my.